Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. I would like to introduce the non-voting member at the table, Miss Jazz Parks, Superintendent of Schools.
Good evening. Thank you, President Feaster.
That brings us down to public commentary. The board would like to remind everyone that individuals who have signed up for public commentary will have their name called and are given an opportunity to speak or have comments read by a member of our staff. Commenters will receive up to 4 minutes with a total of no more than 45 minutes allowed for the public commentary period. When your name is called, please come forward and speak at the microphone. To manage your time, a clock will be placed on the screen in front of you. We would like to remind everyone that public comments generally pertain to Ann Arbor Public School District matters. Comments about individuals are expressly prohibited. Also, please understand that board members do not respond to public comments, but we will listen carefully and follow up as appropriate. Ms. Ozinski, how many sign-ups do we have for this evening?
We have 3 signed up this evening. First,
Thank you.
first will be, and each person will get 4 minutes, is Colleen Creel.
Good evening. My name is Colleen Creel, and I'm a retired counselor from Pioneer High School. I retired from the Arbor Schools about 32 years ago. Last March, I began substitute counseling around the district at various schools. After working at all 3 comprehensive high schools and community for several months, I, along with Dr. Denise Edie Richardson, went to sub at Pathways, and we were alarmed by the inequities. We were shocked to see how badly resourced Pathways is. Pathways has 6 full-time teaching staff and 2 academic support teachers for 47 special ed students. There are a few part-time business, art, and language teachers, but this drastically limits the classes that can be offered. Each hour, there's only allowed 5 to 6 classes, so we've had to resort to taking 77 students and putting them into 177 online E2020 classes. There's 1 teacher that monitors that, and she also teaches 2 other social studies classes. There's 1 full-time social worker, 1.2 psychologist, and 1 principal who deals with a myriad of issues. There's only 1 OP, and she not only is the secretary to the principal, she has duties regarding scheduling, budget, attendance, count, records, graduation, calling home, supporting students, and anything else that comes. Needless to say, the morale is low at Pathways. We have a number of suggestions that may help the students at that school. 1, hire more support staff to address social and emotional needs of the building. Hire more teachers to offer more classes. We don't believe any 9th graders should be admitted to Pathways because the comprehensive high schools have quite a few resources in place. If after their freshman year we feel they still need an alternative, then Pathways should have an intake meeting with them and talk about 3-year plans and ways to develop essentially a personal curriculum for each student. Reduction in graduation requirements. I visited several alternative schools in the area, and one thing the state does allow is a reduction in graduation requirements as well as a reduction in hours and days. I think it's something that the board should consider because it's important that these kids know that their incentive, and then they also can go and leave early for work or other programs they're involved with. I also know that classes can be eliminated or they can be replaced by other courses, and we should look into doing that, especially for our CTE programs. CTE should be in the building. These programs are so important. These kids need to understand the requirements, the expectations, and the deadlines. One student I talked to who has 13 kids in their home, applied to home building, was ecstatic, and he said, you know what? I want to build a big house so my family can be comfortable someday. So these kids want to have those programs. We need to provide that. And finally, work-based learning should be an absolute part of those students' experiences. Many of those kids work to help pay bills and to help with rent, and they do not get work-based learning credit, and that is something that they can do. And I talked to Tom Pichera, and he said it's something he will look into for next year. We talk about the bottom 30%. These 129 students are the bottom 1%. We're giving them the least amount of resources. I talked with many Pathways students who feel like going to Pathways is a punishment and not a privilege to find a way to get through school in a smaller environment. We need to make some changes to this program, and Denise and I are willing to meet with you to help to implement some changes. If we don't make changes, I think in essence we're telling these kids, we're not really caring about your future. Can I finish my sentence?
Please.
Okay. We can't just send them to an alternative school and hope things get better. Hope's not a plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Lena Kaufman. Lena Kaufman.
I ran because I know you're concerned about meeting time. Thank you, Superintendent Parks and Board of Education, for recognizing Autism Awareness Month this month, and also for the first time in over 6 years sharing data on school suspensions with student and school demographics. I was heartbroken to learn from MLive reporting that students with individual education programs, IEPs, now make up an increasing number of AAPSS student suspensions. And a close friend and neighbor asked me to share her story tonight, as I know her and her son since he was a toddler. Suspensions, even under the best possible circumstances, can never be delivered completely free of bias because humans are biased. It is hard not to notice among my son's friends who gets suspended and who doesn't. I should not be up here tonight speaking, but my friend said she would not be able to tell her story without breaking down in tears. Her son has an IEP, and after support staff was cut from children like him at Forsyth Middle School due to the budget crisis, his grades declined and the school began to repeatedly suspend him for days at a time, further isolating him from learning. Far from making things better, suspensions made them worse. She wrote me, "He was ultimately told he could not return to Forsyth, with no real explanation of how we got to that point. This caused him great sadness. I remember when I told him, he started breaking down, crying, saying, 'I suck. I'm so stupid. I can't even do school. I should just kill myself.'" Students with IEPs are entitled to the support and services necessary to help them succeed in school. A core purpose of an IEP is to ensure that students with disabilities receive a free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. This includes being physically present in school, participating alongside their peers, and having access to the resources they need to thrive. It is deeply concerning when students with IEPs are disproportionately subjected to disciplinary actions, including suspensions. These students should never be seen as or treated as problem students. Instead, their behavior and challenges must be understood within the context of their individual needs, which the IEP is specifically designed to address. Repeated suspensions do not solve the underlying issues these students may face. They only further isolate them, disrupt their education, and deny them the very support they're entitled to receive. As you consider the data of AAPS student suspensions tonight, please think of the students first and what suspension does to them and their futures, how they perceive being suspended. Is the data showing how some students are repeatedly targeted for suspension? Do some of these students get expelled to virtual school, as was one solution offered to my friend and her son? Are they moved up into high school because our middle schools cannot accommodate their needs, which did happen to my friend's son? He's in 9th grade as an 8th grader. Most of all, please don't take any one person's views that a student's a threat to others, including teachers. My friend's son may not look like a little boy anymore on the outside, but he's still a little kid inside, and is gentle and kind. He deserved better from AAPS, as I imagine many kids with IEPs do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Stacy Ebron.
As a member of the Ann Arbor School Parents Intent on Racial Equity, ASPIRE, I want to thank the district for publicly releasing the suspension data that we, along with the Student Advocacy Center, have been requesting for the past 5 years. Transparency is an essential first step. Unfortunately, the data confirms what we've suspected all along. Suspension rates for Black and Latino students, economically disadvantaged students, and students with disabilities remain disproportionately high. Though Black students make up just 13% of the student population in Ann Arbor Public Schools, they account for a staggering 44% of suspensions. This year, about 68% of suspended students are economically disadvantaged. Students with disabilities now make up a larger percentage of students who are suspended than students without disabilities. So the question is not whether there's a problem, it's what are you going to do about it? ASPIRE urges the district to convene a diverse, community-based task force to develop a comprehensive plan to address these disparities. This group should include parents and caregivers, students, representatives from local advocacy organizations such as the Student Advocacy Center, teachers, and other school staff. Together, this committee should regularly analyze discipline and suspension data, use research-based best practices to develop supportive, non-punitive alternatives that keep students in school so they can thrive. We call on the district to reinstate behavior interventionists and provide educators and staff with meaningful training in restorative practices and culturally responsive engagement strategies. Building authentic relationships with students is key to transforming school culture. Additionally, discipline and suspension data must be disaggregated and made available at the individual school level. Educators need this information to understand how their policies and practices are affecting students, especially students of color, students with disabilities, and those from low-income households. Parents deserve this transparency as they are selecting a school, and advocates need it to identify where resources and support are most urgently needed. We are calling for transparency, accountability, and inclusion. Tonight's data reporting is a step in the right direction, but it's only the first step. Much more must be done to ensure equity and justice for our most vulnerable students. Lastly, making public commentary less accessible, especially for working parents like myself, only serves to disconnect the board from the very community you're meant to represent. In today's political climate, uplifting community voice should be a priority, not a hurdle. When you limit access, you limit understanding and ultimately the ability to serve all students equitably. Thank you.
That concludes public commentary.
Thank you. We appreciate hearing from our community. The board would like to thank everyone who spoke and shared their comments tonight. Ms. Parks, are there any points of clarification?
President Feaster, we will talk about in the presentation some of the clarifications regarding the suspension data. As it relates to pathways, trustees, we have spoken about pathways in our individual meetings, and you know that we have had folks over there, retired staff like Ms. Creel, as well as retired administrators who are over there assisting and assessing our next steps at Pathways. We've been engaged in that process this school year. I appreciate Ms. Creel coming forward this afternoon to share some of her perspectives since she's been there subbing the past few weeks. And as trustees know, like I said, we have been engaged in this process of stabilizing pathways and determining next steps this school year, and we'll continue that and bring forward our recommendations once that process is complete.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. That brings us to the community feedback section, which is obviously per our policy 1310. There is a link for the community feedback that was provided, and that will bring us down to number 4, reports of association. And I see Mr. Klein has just arrived. Just in time. Yes.
Meeting. I'm going to include that in my update. Okay. Just a brief update from the AAEA tonight. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Parks, Ann Arbor Public Schools community. I don't know if there are any AAEA members in the house, but if you are, love you. Thank you for the opportunity to share this report on behalf of the Ann Arbor Education Association. As always, I'm proud to highlight the extraordinary work and dedication of our AAEA members, whose efforts continue to elevate the Ann Arbor Public Schools and support student success in countless ways. I want to begin once again by recognizing AAEA member and Huron High School journalism teacher, Sarah Beth Badalamente. Catch my breath, I just ran in.
Take your time.
Give it up for Sarah Beth. As I've shared before, Sarah Beth's journalism program and yearbook team have earned numerous national accolades. And tonight, I'm thrilled to announce that she is currently in Seattle, Washington, accompanying her student Satvika Ramanthan, who is being honored with a prestigious National Journalism Award for excellence in reporting. Satvika's award-winning coverage of the Ann Arbor Public Schools financial crisis this past year is a testament not only to her own journalistic talents, but also to the guidance and mentorship of Sarah Beth. Congratulations to both of them on this outstanding national recognition. Yeah, give it up for them. Featured in one of the AAPS profiles in excellence, I just want to reiterate, celebrating another AAEA superstar, Maria DeRoja, currently teaching at Eberwhite Elementary School. I had the privilege of working alongside Maria during our time at Hazley Elementary, and she always exemplified what it means to be an educator. Maria's journey began as a substitute teacher, a long-term sub, a technical assistant in the Ann Arbor Public Schools before being hired as a 5th grade teacher at Hazley, where she spent 12 years teaching 4th and 5th graders and 8 summers leading math instruction for grades 3 through 6. Now at Eberwhite, Maria is completing her 30th year with the Ann Arbor Public Schools. Her principal, Michelle Hubbard, describes Maria as an exceptional teacher committed to student success, someone who has built meaningful relationships with both students and families and has become a respected leader in her school. Her expertise in mathematics has significantly shaped the curriculum at Eberwhite, and her national appointment as one of just 16 math content consultants speaks volumes about her impact and her professional excellence. We are incredibly fortunate to have Maria's leadership and talent in the AAPS. Thank you, Maria. I'd also like to share that AAEA member Emily Baywall from STEAM is organizing a rally this Saturday, April 26th, from 12 to 2 p.m. at the Capitol in Lansing. The event, People for Public Education, is an opportunity for our community to come together and show strong support for our public school system. I've sent each of you trustees the details and encourage anyone who is available and able to attend to do so. Bargaining updates. So I just came from a bargaining session with our bargaining team where we met our new IB facilitator, Deb Lowton. We have been preparing for our full contract negotiations with the district. Both teams are committed to using the interest-based bargaining, or IBB, process, which we found to be effective in past negotiations. Several weeks ago, we met the district facilitator, Mike Nowakowski, and as I said just a second ago, we just met our facilitator, Deb Lowton. Our first full table IBB session is scheduled for Wednesday, April 30th with the district. In addition to full bargaining, we have 2 side bargaining sessions. One is focused on Appendix 5, which is the supplemental co-curricular and extracurricular positions and pay, which begins tomorrow, and one focused on the school calendar, or calendars, hopefully, many years out, scheduled for Monday, April 28th. I want to emphasize the importance of this bargaining cycle, and that cannot be overstated. Educators like Maria DeRoja and Sarah Beth Badalamente are pillars of our district, and yet their compensation remains significantly below that of their peers in comparable districts. If we are to retain our most experienced and impactful teachers and attract the next generation of talented educators, we must address this disparity with urgency. Every negotiation feels important, but this truly is the most critical bargain we've ever undertaken. The sustainability and excellence of the Ann Arbor Public Schools depend on our ability to provide competitive compensation that reflects the value of our educators and what they bring to our schools every day. Thank you for my brief time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klein. And I believe that brings us down to community group reports. Ms. Ozinski, do we have any for today?
I have received no requests for community group reports.
Thank you very much. And that brings us down to number 6, our special presentation from the Washington Intermediate School District. And I believe we have 2 former AAPS trustees here and now WISD members here to give us a presentation.
Oh, poor Diane.
Thank you both for being here. Very much appreciated. We have Diane Hockett and Mary Jane Tramatine.
Right.
Okay. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you very much for including us and giving us time to share our information. I'm Diane Hockett, and I have been on the WISD board for 24 years and served on the Ann Arbor board from 1994 to 2000. I'm a former Ann Arbor teacher, and my 3 children and 3 grandchildren have all attended Ann Arbor schools and graduated from them. So I thank you for that service for them. I also want to acknowledge WISD Superintendent Naomi Norman, who is here to support and provide her expertise as needed.
I'm Mary Jane Tramentine. I have been on the ISD board for 31 years, and I was on the Ann Arbor board from 1989 to 92. Our daughters went to through the Ann Arbor Public Schools, Lawton, Slauson, High, and even took classes at Community. I am a retired teacher. I taught in Saline for 16 years, and I was on the ISD board all 16 of the years that I was teaching in Saline, and then some. And I would like to move on to our presentation tonight is going to have, it's going to be in 3 different sections: educate, serve, and advocate. And these are the themes that are part of our WISD mission, which we will get to a little later. First, I'm going to provide an overview of the Intermediate School District history and the ISD in particular. If we raised it just a touch, can you not hear me? There you go. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Okay, thank you. So, ISDs were created in 1962 by the Michigan legislature, and the intent was for them to support local school communities at a regional level. It also means that the service from one ISD to another looks different because our constituents are all different. This slide shows the various ways ISD save money and provide shared resources. And going on, we have a little bit of the history of the ISDs.
Right. And now we'll share some of the history of the Washington ISD. And you can see that there have been a lot of changes over the past 60 years. And they were the ISDs were initiated in WISD also in 1962. And in 1982, the WISD had their first special ed millage. And I think we know over time that that has proved to be very beneficial to local districts. And then in 1974, we built High Point, which was a building to serve multiply students with very significant disabilities. And again, we changed that recently, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. And in 1988, there was a focus on special ed inclusion, and we started some of the young adult programs. And in 1992, we built the TLC, which provided for expanded meeting spaces and professional development. And we know we use that building well today. In 1966 and 97, the ISD developed the countywide fiber network, which connects all of the local school districts to the ISD and to each other. And the ISD built and paid for that. At the same time, they brought up the Washtenaw Technical Middle College to be designed as a school of choice within the Ann Arbor, within the school districts, the county school districts, and particularly a focus on Ann Arbor. And I was on the Ann Arbor board at the time, and it turned out that all the other local districts had approved this, but when it came to Ann Arbor, they did not. I will have to say it was not my choice. I felt really badly that we didn't move forward. When Ann Arbor refused, it ended up being a charter school within a week. But then, in 2008 and 2009, the WEOC schools were designed and proposed. And these were put together as a consortium that provided secondary options for all students within all of the public schools in Washtenaw County. And so I looked at this as a creative response to what happened with the Washtenaw Technical College, and a way for the ISD to take a creative look and provide another way to provide these options for all the high school students in Washtenaw County. In 2012, we took on early childhood. And at that time, Washtenaw County government had decided to not administer the Head Start program any longer. And so we examined it, and they did decide that the ISD was the best avenue for that, because we could coordinate other early childhood programs with that. We were awarded that grant and have served Head Start along with GSRP and Early On ever since, and we've been able to coordinate those services together. In 2013, we focused on the Ipsy and Willow Run consolidation. In 2019, we did the High Point renovation and bond issue. And then in 2020, we had the pandemic coordination. And now in 2025, we are looking at sustainable funding for CTE, and also looking at exploring equitable options for all of our students. One of the things that I don't think is reflected in this history is the coordination that the ISD has done with other agencies within the community to help better serve all of the students' services. But that has happened over that 60 years. So, and we're ready to move on then to the next one. And this is a map of our 9 districts, starting with Ann Arbor, which is the largest, and then Chelsea, and Dexter, Lincoln, Manchester, Milan, Saline, and Whitmore Lake, and Ypsilanti.
In alphabetical order.
Yes.
So I'm going to speak a bit about why ISDs exist. I mean, that was a good history of what we have done, and I'm going to get into a little more about that. ISDs are responsive to the needs of the local districts that they serve. They provide shared countywide services, consortium pricing. All of this is economies of scale, which is, in other words, saving money. Diane mentioned the fiber network that was put out, that we put together, and the making the masks and PPP available during COVID. The third thing is to build partnerships between educational organizations, community groups, and local agencies. And finally, ISDs exist as taxing authorities. They levy taxes to support local school districts in their service area. But how does the WISD serve our community? As I mentioned, we are a taxing authority. As such, we have the ability to pass millages, allowing us to operate various student programs such as High Point School, Red Oak. The special education millage generates 61% of all special education funding in Washtenaw County, and another 37% flows through us to you from the state and federal government. Most of the districts in the county are 100% reimbursed for their special education expenses. $50 million goes solely to the Ann Arbor Public Schools special education. The second thing we help with is infrastructure. Technology, we are, we arranged for routers and internet fiber network, as we mentioned, across the county to connect schools also. And we have finance. We've got accounting software for budgeting. We have special education software for IEP tracking. We have Power School, REMC discounts on everything that we buy. We coordinate, do that as a group. And we also coordinate cross-district communications that Ashley Krasinski is our communications director, and you may receive various communications from her as she does that. The other thing we do is we offer innovation in education. We do this by providing inclusive teaching practices, instruction in culturally responsive instruction and inclusive teaching practices, as well as culturally responsive instruction for educators and administrators. We have the WEAC programs, which are the Washtenaw Educational Options Consortium, such as the Washtenaw Intermediate High School, the Early College Alliance at Eastern Michigan, and the Washtenaw Alliance for Virtual Education, the WAVE program. Next issue.
Great. So we'll talk a little bit specifically about what services are provided for Ann Arbor Public Schools. And this slide focuses mostly on the instructional programming, as Mary Jane mentioned. All of the infrastructure services are also provided to Ann Arbor schools without going into specifics. So all Ann Arbor schools, we'll talk about special education, and all Ann Arbor schools are eligible, have the options of the center-based programs at High Point and Progress Park. And they also can attend the young adult programs with community-based sites located throughout in different places within Ann Arbor, and then also in other communities too, so that they can serve the community. In career technical education, it's countywide, we have 70 programs, and of which Ann Arbor students have access to 12. So some of which are offered within the district, some of which are offered countywide other places. Professional learning networks and coaching for educators, there have been several ways for pathways for certification for educators, and Ann Arbor staff are eligible for that, as well as the ongoing professional development that goes on either in individual classes or through coaching systems that are defined and networks that are put together for support for teachers. And then also mental health supports such as Handle with Care and also the Bridge Mental Health team are all available to the Ann Arbor students. And then we'll go on to the next part, which will talk a little bit about advocate and the ways in which we do that. And to start out, we'll take a look at our mission. And this is our new mission statement that reflects our commitment to educate, serve, and advocate with students, families, schools, and communities. And we want to emphasize the with, not that we're doing them to them, but that we are looking together for how can we together serve them. And we are doing this with a focus on having a just education system and having all voices heard.
Next, I would like to highlight our board commitment to all students. After much conversation, data analysis, and thoughtful discussion, we adopted this equity policy in 2018, and I would like to read it. We will hold ourselves accountable for the ways in which we are able to address the challenges of underperformance for groups of students who have been traditionally marginalized and denied access and opportunity. Resource allocation, policy, and practice is designed to close the opportunity gap to ensure equitable educational access for all students, with a specific focus on achieving an equitable system for students in poverty, students with disabilities, and students of color. As I say, we adopted that policy in 2018, and there are 6 questions outlined in the policy which guide all our decisions that we make as a board, as they are related to resource allocation and policy development.
And continuing with advocacy efforts, WISD either takes part or leads in many of the initiatives locally, statewide, and federally. And locally, the Washtenaw County superintendents meet regularly to talk about the services needed for students. In fact, one of the I wanted to identify that many of the recommendations that the ISD board actually votes on don't necessarily come from our own superintendent, but they come from the Superintendent's Association, where we get a sense of what's best for all 9 local districts. And so that is a good way for them to advocate for us for the services that are needed. And also, then we have the Washtenaw Association of Boards, and that's a professional, networking and professional support for all local board members, so that all of the local board members can come together to learn things as well as to get to know each other and share with each other. And one of the examples will be tomorrow to see one of the presentations, and Mary Jane will talk to you about that later. So that is something there. And then at the state level, we have been very involved with the Talent Together, which is a professional development pathways for teachers, as well as the early literacy programs. Federally, of course, we work with collaborating for Head Start, E-rate funding, and also and special ed and IDEA. So our advocacy this year, I want to say, I think has resulted in teacher certification opportunities for our staff across the 9 districts, and also new learning opportunities for our students, such as driving possibilities. So that is one of the outcomes that I think we've had from some of our advocacy. And speaking of advocacy, we want to share with you an opportunity that the WISD is putting together, which is an educational town hall. The event is sponsored by the Washtenaw Superintendents Association and the Washtenaw Association of School Boards. And this is free, and it's open to the public, and it's April 30th at 7 o'clock at the Morris Lawrence Building. The community members can come to learn about changes to federal policy and funding impact, how funding impact impacts Washtenaw County Public Schools. They'll hear from educators and legislators about topics such as immigration, diversity, school funding, special education, Head Start, and federal staffing. There is also an opportunity to ask questions and learn how to be a strategic advocate. You can see that Superintendent Parks will be one of the featured panelists, along with other local superintendents, the president of the State Board of Education, and the president of the Washtenaw Association of School Boards. To register, you can scan the QR code on the slide or use the link that is on the slide.
We are often asked about the relationship between our board and the local boards, the 9 constituent boards. And as one of those, you have 3 key responsibilities. The first one is local school boards are responsible for electing the board trustees of the WISD board. Each school board in the county chooses a designee to come to the ISD on a specific date, which happens to be Monday, June 3rd, and cast a ballot for those that you wish to have become members of the WISD board. This is to ensure that the ISD board is elected directly by the school districts that we serve. We're elected to 6-year terms, and those change every 2 years. There's another 6-year group. You will choose as a board who it is you would like to support in that election, and the designee that you send to the ISD will cast their ballot. This year there are 2 openings for the Ann Arbor board representatives, Ann Arbor district representatives. Only 2 from Ann Arbor can be on the ISD board. All the other districts can have just 1 board member. And both Diane and I are going for re-election. And so you will choose who you, and then there's another opening. Dorcas Musili is filling out the board year for retired Teresa Saunders. And so she has to go for the election of the rest of her term. She is up for election. And so she is from Ypsilanti, representing Ypsilanti. So you'll have 3 people that you have to vote for. The second thing that is a responsibility of you is that on occasion school boards can pass board resolutions calling on the WISD board to take action. And this could be for specific bodies of work, it could be for advocacy efforts, or it could be for a ballot proposal that you would like us to support. for your district and students. And then finally, the budget hearing process. Local school boards are responsible for annually reviewing and approving the WISD budget, and that meeting will be held tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock via Zoom, and all board members in the county are encouraged to attend. And then at some point you will vote on that in a resolution in May in order for us to then finally get it back and do a final vote. Next steps.
Before we close our presentation, we want to highlight the area of work that the ISD has been pursuing and focusing on. It's in response to requests from local districts, and that is career technical education, also known as CTE. Washtenaw County is considered a desert by the Michigan Department of Education. Overall, students in Washtenaw County have less access to CTE programs than most students in other communities. And we have the opportunity to expand access, which is what students want. And you can hear this in their own voices as we would like to share in a short video.
My name is Jaden Dylan.
Grace. My hope for our future is
For future generations to get the opportunities to learn hands-on.
To have more inventors. Instead of buying things, we can create them.
every student deserves to have an opportunity like that. My hope for the future is CTE.
My name is Jaden
Dylan.
Grace.
Okay, so these are real students right here in Washtenaw County, including Grace, who's an Ann Arbor senior and on the building trades student in the building trades program, and will be going to college this fall to pursue a career in construction engineering, or I guess construction manager. So he obviously has benefited from that program.
Again, we'd like to thank you for affording us the opportunity to speak with you this evening, and we appreciate that. And if you have any questions, we could take those now.
Thank you both so very, very much. Trustees, are there any questions?
Yeah, I do have a quick question. First, I want to thank you all for coming out tonight and sharing what the WISD does and how it's connected to the various districts. So based on the climate that we're currently in with the federal government and the uncertainty with the federal education department, it really sounds like the WISD is an ally. You're considered an ally with AAPS and other school districts in Washtenaw County. So in terms of securing adequate funding for special education, grants, school meals, Head Start, and I can go down the list. So how can we work together to make sure our district is getting the funding needed for all students, again, in this climate of uncertainty? So how can we make sure we're getting the funding needed for all of our students, as well as for some of our most vulnerable students?
I'm going to give a short answer.
Yeah,
and
just
then
a short answer. Thank you.
Maybe turn to the superintendent to add to that. And one of them is the town hall. That's the idea of this, is to give out factual information of what we know about how it's affecting us and what's happening, so that we can indeed together advocate for what we need. And also to be able to maybe prepare a little bit for anticipation of what we don't know will happen, but at least be well informed. Mm-hmm. And so that's primarily one. And I will have to say that we as board members and as administration have really been trying to stay informed about the different pieces that are going on. And I'm going to turn this over to Naomi to see if you want to add anything to that.
And I would just add before that happens that Dr. Norman has been in contact with all the superintendents across our county, including your own superintendent, and they're working diligently on what can be done.
I'm just going to add, there's power in numbers. And I think that's what we do best, not just with our local superintendents, but when it comes to advocacy, especially at the national level, we have to team up with superintendents across the country. So I've made a lot of effort and have the whole team that I'm working with make a lot of effort to participate in all the national advocacy work and help to champion in specific areas. I've had a hand in helping with school lunch funding, specifically with some national work. Right now, today, we were doing a lot of work around Head Start. It was cut. It's been leaked that it's not in next year's budget. At the federal level, that's $5.7 million for Washtenaw County. It impacts over almost 500 families and a lot of staff. So we are working with the National Head Start Association, the Michigan Head Start Association, our local congresspeople in Michigan, and nationally. So we are on a full court press on every one of the topics you just named, and we're going to talk a lot more about that at the town hall and go much deeper into what that looks like and what you can do.
Okay, that was my next question. Thank you so much.
I might also add that as school board members, stay tuned to information from the Michigan Association of School Boards, because they are strong advocates for us and will often send us messages that say, advocate on this issue and share with us what's going on with that. So again, there's power in numbers, and keeping track of all the different organizations I think will be helpful, and all work together.
Okay, thank you so much. And we will, I'm sure our superintendent will keep us informed as well, but thank you again, because this is very timely, and it's at the forefront, I think, of a lot of people's minds, just in terms of all these question marks and, again, uncertainty. So thank you.
Any other questions?
Any additional, Trustee Basket?
I don't have a question. I just have a thank you. I mean, you ladies have been hanging in there a long, long time. It just shows, your dedication. Obviously, your children and grandchildren have probably already been through the programs, but you're still there advocating for other people's children. So thank you, and to Dr. Norman for your leadership as well. Thank you.
There's nothing else. Thank you all for being here. Truly appreciate your presentation and all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that brings us down to board committee reports, and we'll turn it over to Trustee Basket for the bond committee.
Thank you, President Feaster. Well, the committee met earlier before the start of this meeting, so we'll just quickly remind you all that we supported moving forth the first briefing items that you will see this evening. We also discussed our next meeting time, which is in a bit of a flux, but stay tuned for that. There was a quick update regarding the bond advisory group, and also talking about future work and having to, again, make the appeals, if you will, and working with the city for easement adjustments and things like that. So that's all for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Basket. That brings us down to the executive committee. We obviously met, set tonight's agenda. That's all we did. So we'll move forward to finance committee. Trustee Wilkerson.
Yeah, thank you. The Finance Committee met on Monday at 9:30 a.m. and we covered the monthly budget monitoring report, which we'll hear tonight.
Those questions? Then we're down to the Performance Committee.
Yes, and we also met on Monday at 4:30 this week. The suspension report was delivered to the committee, and I'm very excited to let the community see your hard work and to also discuss the spectrum of programs we have across our district to try to address some of the issues. And I know we have some students here this evening. I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
That brings us down to information and the AAPS student suspension and supports report. I now turn it over to Superintendent Burks.
Thank you, President Feaster. Trustee Schmidt's synopsis of the Performance Committee meeting is a good segue to introduce our two executive directors, Dr. Roberta Hayward, who's Executive Director of Secondary Schools, and Melita Austin, who is our Executive Director of Elementary Schools. They will be bookending our report this evening on student suspensions and supports. We also have some additional guests here this evening who will be layering into this report with some of the supports that are in place at our schools. And we'll also be talking about next steps. As was shared this evening, we have not brought this report forward in several years, since I believe 2018. So you will see some trend data. You will see some demographic data that is broken down by student groups. And we will also talk about some of those things, again, that we are putting in place, and some of those things that we need to do that we are not currently doing in order to best support all of our students in this particular area. So at this time, I will turn it over to our executive directors, and as our guests come to their part of the presentation, they will be introduced. Since we do have students this evening, trustees, I would ask if we could get through the report, because the student piece is at the end, and we'd like to have them be able to do their part and then get them home for school tomorrow. So if we could get through the full report and then take your questions at the end, I'd appreciate it so we can get our students home. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Hayward.
Thank you, Superintendent Parks. Good evening, trustees.
Good evening.
We will be sharing with you suspension data report from the Ann Arbor Public Schools. Additionally, we will share interventions and strategies that are currently in place to promote a positive, safe schools culture for our students and to ensure their success. Here are our objectives for tonight's session. Review and analyze K-12 student suspension data in the Ann Arbor Public Schools over the past 6 school years, as Superintendent Parks has already mentioned. Highlight ongoing efforts to assess and support students' overall well-being. Share current strategies and interventions being implemented by school staff, and to identify and propose next steps to enhance support for all of our AAPS students. We focused on 3 guiding questions as we analyzed and reviewed the data, and those questions are on the screen. Question 1, how have the number of student suspensions changed over time, both overall and by level? What are the trends? How are suspensions disaggregated among students by demographics? And question 3, what are the most common reasons for student suspensions, and has this changed over time? And so at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Austin, who will provide an overview of the data collection process.
Thank you, Dr. Hayward. So some other factors to consider. In determining suspension, we looked at our Rights and Responsibility Handbook, and that's how we determine how suspensions are issued. Data was removed from the 2020-21 school year due to the virtual setting for most of that year and a very low number of suspensions. In addition, we estimated our total suspension numbers overall by level for the 2019-20 and 2024-25 years for comparability due to the COVID and partial year respectively. In addition, we collected our student suspension data through PowerSchool. Further, all Michigan schools are required to report in-school and out-of-school suspensions for each school year. Next slide, please. A huge thank you to Dr. Dan Berger. He is our data analysis person. He synthesized all of this information through PowerSchool and made it available for us for public view. So data was collected over a 6-year period between 2018-2019 school year and 24-25 school year up to date. We looked at and collected a level of students suspended by level. So that was elementary, our K-8 schools, middle, and high schools. We reviewed why the suspensions were assigned. And we also categorized the students by demographics. So we looked at our economically disadvantaged students, English learners, students with disabilities, race, ethnicity, and gender identity. And now I'll turn it over to Dr. Hayward.
Thank you. So I'm just going to talk about the suspension data over time. Next slide. And so we go here to our first question. Again, how have the number of student suspensions changed over time, both overall and by level? And what are those trends that we see? As mentioned previously, due to the early closure of schools, data for the 2019 and 2020 school year were projected. Similarly, estimates were made for the 24-25 school year as the data was provided in February, and obviously our school year is still in session. The number in parentheses represent projected figures for a full school year. This allows for a more meaningful comparison with years in which we have data for that complete academic school year. The table includes the academic year, total district suspensions, and suspensions disaggregated by school level. For this table, we observe an overall upward trend in suspensions with a notable dip during the 21-22 academic year, followed by a steeper post-COVID increase. Next slide, please. This visual displays total district suspension by year from 2018 to 2025. The gray dash line indicates the overall trend. The red dash line highlights the post-COVID upwards trend, and the solid blue line represents the actual suspension data. On this slide, we observe an overall increase in suspensions across elementary, middle, and to a lesser extent K to 8 schools throughout the analysis period. Of our total suspensions, 400, or 12.9%, are a result of in-school suspension, and 2,705, or 87%, were out-of-school suspensions. And again, that's over the entire 6-year period. And on this slide, we look at district suspensions by level. In contrast, high schools show a general decrease in the number of suspensions assigned over time. However, across all 4 levels, there's a clear upward trend in suspensions following the COVID-related school closures. And so at this time, I will turn it back over to Ms. Austin.
On the next few slides, I'm going to speak about our suspensions and student demographics over the 6-year analysis period. So question number 2, how are suspensions disaggregated among students by demographics? This table shows the proportion of suspensions by student demographics compared to the larger population from the 2018-19 school year through 2024 and 2025. On the next slide, you'll also see the data. Next slide, please. Continued on from 2022 through 24-25 school year. Our next slide will show the same information in a bar graph format. So please go to the next slide. So on here, you see our percent of suspensions by race or ethnicity over the 6-year analysis period. You'll notice there is a higher percentage of Black African American students suspended compared to our other racial groups: Asian, Hispanic, Latino, multi-ethnic, and white students. Next slide, please. Here, you'll see our students broken up from economically disadvantaged to non-economically disadvantaged. Here, you'll see over a 6-year analysis period that our students who are economically disadvantaged are suspended at a higher rate compared to our non-economically disadvantaged students. This bar graph distinguishes our English learners compared to our not English learners. On here, you will see that our non-English learners are suspended at a higher rate compared to our English learners. Here, you'll see our students with disabilities compared to our students without disabilities. From the 2018-19 school year up until the 2021-22 school year, and 22-23, you will see that students without disabilities were suspended at a higher rate compared to our students with disabilities. 2023-24, up into this school year, the 2024-25 school year, you'll see a noticeable difference that our students with disabilities are trending higher and suspended at a higher rate compared to our students without disabilities. I'll turn it over to Dr. Hayward.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. So now we're going to talk about the common reasons for that suspensions were assigned over the 6-year analysis period. Next slide. And so our question 3 and final question for the data analysis, what are the most common reasons for student suspensions, and has this changed over time? Our answer to question 3 regarding the most common suspension reasons is found in this table and a few of the following. So this table represents the most common reasons suspensions were assigned during the 2018 through 21-22 school years. You will see over the next few slides, there does not seem to be specific patterns of change over time for the reasons the suspensions were assigned. Next slide. This table represents the most common reasons assigned during the 22-23 school years through the 24-25 year-to-date school years. Pre and post-COVID, the primary reason for suspension is fighting and physical aggression. And so, oh, I'm sorry, could you go back? Thank you. Back again. Thank you. In subsequent slides, you will see physical assault is also included as the most common suspension reason, with disruptive conduct and insubordination or open defiance as common reasons as well. Each suspension reason is listed in our district's Rights and Responsibilities Handbook. Example of definitions include physical aggression, where individuals are just being aggressive towards one another. Fighting is obviously where you have 2 or more people coming together for physical contact to cause harm. Physical assault is when a student intentionally causes physical harm with another student. And then we have alcohol drug activity. So this includes the use of, possession of, being under the influence of, or the sale and distribution. This also includes personal vaporizers as well. It is also important to note, with the exception of tobacco use, PowerSchool does not delineate the difference between substance use or the sale of illegal substances. Both of these reasons fall under alcohol drug activity. I will highlight a little later in the program, in the presentation, a program that Foresight is piloting that supports students who are using nicotine or vaping. And our goal is to have more schools pilot this program in the fall and just gather the data on its effectiveness. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides are broken down with the most common suspensions reasons by level. And so this table is panel 1, 2018 through 2022. Next slide, please. This table has the most common suspension reasons from 22-23 through the current school year to date. And again, to date is February when the data was collected. So again, our top reasons have not changed. We do see more physical aggression at the elementary level, fighting at the middle school level, and alcohol, drug activity, and fighting at the high school level. And now I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Austin so we can continue to play musical mics.
So I'll speak on the next few slides, our summary of the data. So overall, you will see that the number of suspensions assigned over our 6-year analysis period is increasing over these years. And we can certainly say that is in part due to post-pandemic behaviors. High school suspensions are showing a decreasing trend while we are on an upward trend in elementary and middle schools. With the exception of K-8 schools, all levels and the district overall have a steeper increase trend line, as you saw in the previous slides. And suspensions are disproportionate in over a 6-year analysis period, impacting our Black and African American students, our male students, students with disabilities, and students who are economically disadvantaged. Over the analysis period, the primary reasons for suspensions fall in these categories: fighting, physical aggression, physical assault, alcohol, drug activity, tobacco use, disruptive conduct, and insubordination. These reasons have not changed significantly over the 6-year analysis period, again, with the exception of alcohol and drug tobacco use not being prevalent in our elementary schools, however, prevalent in our upper or secondary schools. The district suspension data clearly indicates that there is still important work for us to do, to be done in addressing our student suspensions. We remain committed to reviewing data regularly as a team with our building leaders and district leaders and our school teams, and with our service providers to support every student based on their individual personal needs, while also ensuring that our schools are safe and that our students, our staff, our teachers, and our support services and providers feel that they are safe at our schools. We are approaching this work with intentionality to ensure that schools are a welcoming and safe place for all of our stakeholders. While we focus on the whole child, focusing on the hearts and their minds in order to keep our community well. We know that when students feel connected and when they feel seen, valued, and heard, they come to school every day. That sense of belonging and purpose is so critical in ensuring that our schools are supporting all of our learners. With the focus on our students, we also are connected to making sure that there are stronger academic performances and that kids are attending school regularly. Next, we will share the steps we are taking to systematize effective practices and to also further support the social and emotional well-being of our students and our staff. We will also highlight data related to our disproportionality, particularly among our students in special education services. Next, I'll have Bill Harris, our MTSS, which stands for Multi-Tiered Systems of Support Administrator, share about the tier supports that we offer across our school campuses K through 12.
Thank you, Ms. Alston. Good evening, trustees.
Good evening.
Next slide there, Mr. Cluley. So as Ms. Alston just said, intentionality and systematizing is one or a couple of our key foci as we move forward in addressing how we support our students. Multi-tier system of supports is a concept that we've been talking about now for a couple of years. This graphic originated with the MDE, and we've been using it to structure some of our conversations around MTSS. Real quickly, when you look at that graphic there, Tier 1 are those universal instructional practices that we believe are appropriate for all of our students in the Ann Arbor Public Schools. Tier 2 in the yellow are more targeted supports and interventions for just some students. And then lastly, there are Tier 3 supports that are just for a few, but they're intensive level of supports. Important to notice in this little graphic is that the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 supports are layered on top of the universal support. So it's not in place of, but in addition to. So this helps provide some of our structure for our efforts moving forward. Next slide, please. Dr. Sugai provides this simple definition or way to think about what MTSS is. He says that it's something to help organize the adults in their implementation of best practices within classrooms and schools. It is not about organizing kids as much as it is about organizing what we do for and with kids and their families. I appreciate this greatly. I think many of us do. Sometimes it's been misconstrued that we have Tier 2 students or Tier 3 students, and that's not at all what we're trying to say. We organize our supports for those students, not the students themselves. Before we talk about those supports and the different tiers or layers of things, I want to just talk briefly about how we understand student well-being and how that informs what supports we provide to students. Next slide, Mr. Cooley. So attendance data, behavior data are something that are very familiar with all of you. You've just heard a lot about some of our behavior data, and I know you've heard about absenteeism and attendance data historically. We had a multidisciplinary group come together a couple years ago to really ask ourselves, does that offer a complete picture about students' well-being? And the answer was no, we need more data, more information about students if we're really going to understand their own well-being. That includes mental health data, climate and community data, as well as information about their SEL competencies. So as we looked at different tools and different means for collecting this information, we wanted to make sure we were evidence-based with this work. We wanted to stress the importance of lead data versus lag data, so we could try and get out in front of some of these challenges as opposed to just responding to. And then, of course, anytime we can amplify the student voice in that data, we think we're going to have truer results, right? We're trying to do with, not to, our students, and giving them an opportunity to share how they're doing is really important. So the things on the right there are just a couple of examples of things that we've been focusing on here over the last year or so. Early warning indicators. Dr. Berger has been producing some data sets with attendance, behavior, and course performance together for all of the schools on a monthly basis. The SABRs, you might recall that from previous board meetings and what have you from Pioneer High School, that we've expanded this practice now to many of our secondary schools. It's a screening that allows us to understand how students are doing socially, emotionally, academically from their perspective. And then SEL competencies I'll talk about here momentarily. Next slide. So we think taking all of these types of data together gives us a much better picture and understanding about where the students are with their well-being, and they help inform two things. One, how is our Tier 1 or our universal education and support system meeting the needs of groups of students? So how is that Tier 1 performing? Are we hitting that 80% target that we want to with our Tier 1 practices or not? So that's one. The other is who might benefit from or need Tier 2 or Tier 3 support. So again, looking at all of those data points in conjunction with one another will help inform the direction we should go with that. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is a blown up picture of what we would say is our system of supports for the Ann Arbor Public Schools. We have a clear vision of what this ought to look like from the different types of data on the very left through the tiers, moving left to right, increasing in intensity. Some parts of this system are rock solid. We've had them in place for several years. Other parts are newer and or still being developed. We're exploring different data points. We're refining data protocols. We're exploring different tools or other tools or supports we've got new partnerships with that we are still refining over the course of time. We're going to talk about and highlight a couple of these. I'll talk briefly about a few, then several of my colleagues and some of our wonderful students will talk about some of the others here. But this is what we're striving for, very much a work in progress. Next slide. So we start with Tier 1. Again, that's what we want and value for all of our students. Just like we think about on the academic side of things, we've got a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We would argue we have the same aspirations and need for supports for all of our students in the Ann Arbor Public Schools. This is a big lift for our teachers and principals in our schools. They've got a lot on their plate, so it's important that we're thinking about that infrastructure, being intentional and clear, and it will be an ongoing challenge to lighten the load and make it as accessible as possible. With that said, we understand that if we don't have a strong foundation here, we simply won't be able to keep up with the student needs and provide all of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports. So this has got to be our priority. Next slide. The things here in the green box should look very familiar. These are things that we've long valued in the AAPS: culturally responsive teaching, trauma-informed practices, restorative practices, positive behavior supports. These are things that are tried and true that we want all of our students and teachers to experience within the AAPS. You're going to hear about some of these this evening. but I'm going to call out one in particular. That's our SEL curriculum. So historically, we've done some very strong SEL work around the district, but it's often been in pockets. We've not done it necessarily district-wide or systemically. And this year, we took a big, big step forward by naming and supporting a district-wide SEL curriculum, namely Trails here. Like most SEL curriculums, they focus on the CASEL 5, those competencies from self-awareness to responsible decision-making. And then Trails' foundational principles are cognitive behavior theory and mindfulness. And those are interwoven through all of their lessons as they teach the competencies to these students. So it affords us an opportunity to experience some synergy of having district-wide shared language, shared understanding around activities and strategies and so on. You'll see I underline theory there. Some people will confuse this and say cognitive behavior therapy. And we're being clear that this is a theory and this curriculum is universal for all. This is very appropriate for our classroom teachers to be teaching and supporting this. It doesn't require clinician experience, if you will. Next slide. So some students we should expect and do expect are going to need more than the Tier 1. No matter how strong that may be, some will need more. These Tier 2 supports are often provided by our counselors, social workers, psychologists, but they're also provided regularly by our principals and teachers. They work this into their daily practices, especially as you look to the right there and some of those behavior support strategies. Those are things that our teachers and principals are working, educating themselves on to bring into their regular practice, most definitely. And then our certified support staff there running groups, as you'll see, social skills, anxiety, depression, etc. And then, of course, we lean into partners, peer partners, community partners, mentors as well, can all be part of those extra supports that some students will need. Next slide. And still, some students will need more. That's a relatively few number of students, but they need intensive support. So you'll see the folks, the counselors, social workers, and psychologists. Again, those are the folks that have been trained specifically to do the things on the right, the functional behavior analysis, the threat assessments, and so on. Further in-depth diagnostic work that really help build some of those individualized emergency plans, threat response plans, safety plans, etc. With that said, inevitably, some students' needs will be so great that it exceeds the capacity of the school. And for that, we're grateful that we have got some community partners that we work alongside with. Some of those are long-standing, like the U of M Emergency Services and Community Mental Health. Others are newer. Care Solace is something you might have heard about. We've started using in the past year. And then just earlier tonight, our friends from the ISD mentioned the Bridge Clinical Support Team, another partnership that started up just within the past year that we're very optimistic about from meeting those extreme needs. So when we take this all into consideration from our data through these tiers of support, then that's the system that we're using to kind of structure our approach moving forward. With that said, I will pass it over to Ms. Lewis.
Good evening, trustees. All right, can you guys hear me? Perfect. So I want to start by saying that our students with IEPs and 504s are, of course, general education students first. And our goal is to keep our students in the learning environment because we want them to learn and grow and get as much from the school setting as they can. And when we talk about disproportionality, this is data that is collected annually that we must submit to the state and the federal government around the number of suspensions that students with IEPs have had. And they look at this data to see specifically, are we disproportionate in the amount of suspensions over 10 days for students with IEPs? So this is data that is reported. And if they determine through the formula that they use that we are disproportionate, there might be some actions that they are requiring our district to do. They may ask us to take a portion of our IDEA funds and use that to talk about how we are going to be a bit more proactive and offer some additional supports
for these particular students, or what are we doing to ensure that we don't have as many students who might be entering into the path of eligibility for special education. You can move on to the next slide. So when we think about how we're supporting our students with IEPs, and one of the things that you heard, I believe it was Dr. Hayward talk about, was the increase at the elementary level in students that are having more aggressive behaviors. And so we also take that tiered approach from the special education lens as well. So we look at what are some things from the tier 1 perspective that we can do to make sure that we have some generalized supports that are available for all students. And so we think about those in terms of positive behavior intervention and supports. And so many of the tools that you've heard talked about tonight are accessible and available for our students with IEPs and 504 plans as well. The other thing that I want to make sure I talked about is that, again, our goal is to keep students in the least restrictive environment, but we also want students to understand that whether it is intentional or unintended through their actions, sometimes there are some consequences, there are some impact to other members of the school community, and our goal in this process is to help them understand the impact of some of the behaviors that they may be exhibiting and how we can coach them and guide them to some better behaviors for the school community. When we think about Tier 1 support, some of the things that we have in place are training for staff, coaching, not just special education staff, but also for our general education teachers. Many of our buildings have what we call building inclusion coaches, which have been trained through the statewide autism and resources training program, where they are support for their building. And many of those folks that have identified and taken on this volunteer role are general education staff that are supporting in their building because they want to make sure that from a Tier 1 perspective, we are being as inclusive as possible and supportive as possible of all of our students. When we think about Tier 2 supports for students with IEPs, it might be a behavior support plan for that student to help them. It might be, you saw earlier, something like a check-in or check-out. We also have what we call the classroom environment and teaching assessment, where one of our staff members may guide a general education teacher through what's happening inside of your classroom. How are your systems and your structures? If a student is having some difficulty, are there some adjustments that we can make within the classroom setting to better support this student? And from that Tier 3 perspective, let's say we've gone through all of our Tier 1 supports, our Tier 2 supports. There are some students who have some unique behavioral needs, and we might do what's called a functional behavior assessment, where we're looking at a very specific behavior that student is exhibiting, what's happening when that behavior, right before that behavior is exhibited, what happens afterwards, to try to determine, again, how we can support this student in choosing the most appropriate behavior, no matter the circumstances. We understand that behavior is communication for our students, and so we want to make sure that we are helping them and guiding them to communicate what their needs are in a safe way where all members of our school community feel safe, valued, and respected. One more thing that I do want to add that we have added this summer, and you may have seen it in the weekly report, for some of those younger students that may be coming in that may be at preschool level, were part of our preschool program or part of our early on program, but parents have decided, I don't want to send them directly into kindergarten. I'm going to have my student go to ABA full time. We are preparing a summer program to help those students bridge back into the school community so that hopefully we will see less of those aggressive behaviors. So we're taking some proactive steps to try to address some of those challenges that have come our way over the last few years as a result of COVID. Go on to the next slide. Thank you. We have a team in our district that includes, I talked about our building inclusion coaches, but we also have the support of board certified behavior analysts from the ISD as well as through an outside agency. We also have 3 teacher consultants from the WISD that support our district on a daily basis. They are really a part of our school community. If you didn't know, you would think they worked for AAPS, and so that is wonderful. And we also have 2 teacher consultants, one teacher consultant that supports students with autism, one that supports students with cognitive impairments. And they don't just support our categorical programs. They support general education classrooms, they support resource programs, so they support all of our teachers across the district because, again, our goal is how can we support our students in the least restrictive environment. So oftentimes they're spending more of their time in gen ed classrooms because that's where the majority of our students are, helping teachers say, what can we do to keep this student in this gen ed classroom setting? You can go ahead to the next slide. Now, sometimes we know that there are times when students that have an IEP or a 504 are disciplined. And they are general education students first, and they are subject to the disciplinary code and policy of the district. But there also are some special protections in place to ensure that if some challenges are happening with these students, we are coming together as a team to talk about what supports we have in place, what's working, what's not working, what adjustments do we need to make. And on the next slide, I'm going to kind of talk about the process of what happens. So perhaps 2 students, an incident occurs, there's a violation of the student code of conduct. The building administrator is going to investigate that process. And sometimes, depending upon the episode, the investigation may not be as quick as we'd like to have. So a student may be out of school on what we call an emergency removal while we really get to the facts of what happened in that situation. But once the principal has determined that, yes, there was a violation of the code of conduct, they will provide a written notice to the parent, share with the student, here's what happened, here's the action that we are taking as a district. It could be any number of things. Sometimes it's not suspension, but again, they'll go through and share, here's what's going on. If it is suspension, again, they will be notified. And then the IEP team or the student's 504 team would also be notified. Because when we talk about those protections, it has to do with the number of days that a student is out of the school setting. Because again, we don't want students out of the school setting, we want them in. So they're keeping track of the number of days. And if that number of days gets to 10 days of removal, no matter what that reason is, then the team must come together, this is step 4, to conduct what we call a manifestation determination review meeting. And at that time, the team is looking at, was the conduct in question a manifestation of the student's disability? If it was, then the student is allowed to immediately return back into the school setting, but we don't just say, come on back. The team is going to talk about clearly something is not going as well as it needs to go for the student. We're going to talk about what do we need to do? What adjustments do we need to make to the student's plan? If it's not a manifestation of that student's disability, then that disciplinary action that was recommended will continue to stand for that student. Next slide. When we're thinking about students with disabilities, you heard me talk about emergency removals, right? And sometimes what's important, and teams are counting these days anytime a student is removed. So let's say something happened and the bus couldn't pick up a student with an IEP for a day. That day would count as a day of removal if that student is not able to get to school. So maybe it was no fault of their own. So any type of removal from the learning environment for a student with an IEP or a 504 is considered a day of removal, and we must count and keep track of those days. And again, we remember that students are subject to our discipline under the law, but there are protections because, again, our goal is to help them understand the implications of the actions that they're taking and how to ensure that as they move forward and progress and matriculate through the curriculum, that they are making the best decisions possible for their own well-being and for the safety of our school community. Next slide. So you've heard me talk about the manifestation determination review, and some people may refer to that as the 10-day rule. And again, what this means is that there is additional protections for students with IEPs and 504s when we get to that 10-day mark. If they have more than 10 days of removal, then we must sit down and have a conversation. What is happening with the student? Is what's happening a result of their, part of their disability? And if so, what are we going to do differently to support this student? And during this process, we're answering two key questions. Next slide, please. Thank you. So those two questions are, was the behavior substantially and directly related to the student's disability? Yes or no? The second question is, was the behavior a direct result of the school's failure to implement the student's IEP? That could be something as simple as, did we provide all of the services written into that student's IEP? Did we provide the accommodations as written in that student's IEP? If the answer is no, then that means that it is a manifestation and the student can no longer be removed and must come back. So if you answer yes to either question, you don't have to answer yes to both, but if the answer is yes to either question, it's considered a manifestation and the student must be returned to the school setting. But again, we talk about what do we need to do differently to support this student. If the answer is no to both questions, then the student can be removed from the school setting according to our rights and responsibilities. Again, I just want to say that our ultimate goal is to support all of our students in their least restrictive environment. My advice to teams is, a lot of teams get nervous when you hear the word MDR. Oh my gosh, I gotta do an MDR. I tell them, don't get nervous. This process is there to help us help the student. And so the purpose of this process is to help us look at the data. What is the information telling us? What is it that we have learned about this student and what the needs of the student are? And what adjustments do we need to make as a team to better support this student? So I will turn it over to Dr. Hayward, who's going to talk about some of the alternatives that we have to suspension.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. All right, so alternative to suspensions. Next slide, please. So it is clear, trustees, that we have work to do, and this is not work that we are going to shy away from. It's important work for all of our students in our school communities. We are approaching this challenge with intentionality, focusing on how we support students by fostering a sense of belonging and connectedness. This work is critical as students' connectedness is linked to improved attendance, academic achievement, and post-COVID attendance, and social-emotional well-being as well. As educators and practitioners, we understand that some of the most effective strategies for addressing student behavior include building those strong, authentic relationships with trusted adults, ensuring our students feel safe at school as well as our staff, encouraging positive peer influences, and providing access to meaningful resources within and outside of the school environment that support not only our students, but our families as well. When behavioral incidents occur, school leaders assess whether a suspension is appropriate. In many cases, they work proactively to prevent suspensions and instead focus on keeping students in school by offering supports and other interventions. So while this is not an exhaustive list, this slide highlights several alternatives to suspensions and proactive measures that schools are implementing. One example, which I mentioned earlier, is In-Death, an alternative suspension program developed by the American Lung Association. In-Death is a convenient, supportive program designed to address vaping and nicotine use. So rather than focusing solely on punitive measures, it offers an interactive approach that helps students understand nicotine dependence develop healthy coping strategies and overcome those harmful habits. Foresight is currently piloting this program. Since its implementation in November, they have not experienced any related discipline issues for which they have used in depth. So we do plan to expand this program to pilot in additional schools, including our high schools this fall. Other proactive measures taken at schools may include placement options. We offer variant placement options in the AAPS for our parents and or school teams to consider the individual needs of each of our students. These programs include Grad Alliance, A2 Virtual, our K-8 schools. Many parents appreciate where those transitions are minimized, in smaller learning settings such as Pathways and Community High School. Each of our schools has its own unique context, and every school community is special. Our amazing principals and school teams work collaboratively to implement interventions and supports for the responsive to the specific needs of their students. At the same time, we recognize the importance of systematizing and scaling programs that have demonstrated proven success. And this is our ongoing commitment to this work. Next up, you will hear school-level spotlights. These spotlights include some of our leaders and students who will share the impactful work they are doing to support students across their school communities and how their school is working to reduce those negative behaviors while promoting respectful, responsible student conduct. So next up is Casey Elmore, principal of Skyline High School, and she'll talk about the restorative practices that are taking place there.
Elmore and our students are coming to the microphone. What you will see in this next section are what we consider to be exemplars of alternatives to suspension. As we talked about earlier, I think it was Mr. Harris, part of it, the challenge is that we do these things in pockets, though. So our ongoing work, our future work is to, again, scale the things that we see have had proven success across the district. So we're happy to highlight some of those things this evening. And again, as Dr. Hayward introduced, Ms. Elmore, our principal at Skyline, she'll start us off with what Skyline is doing.
Good evening, trustees. It's my pleasure to talk to you tonight about our restorative practice program at Skyline High School. As some of you may know, restorative practice is an approach to building community and restoring and responding to conflict or harm that's been caused to the community. We do that through inclusive, collaborative processes that promote healing, accountability, and positive relationships. Many of you may also know that restorative practices are rooted in Native American traditions for conflict resolution and problem solving. And so we extend this practice into our schools. It has also happened in the justice system in lieu of some harsher punishments and trying to find the right fit. In educational settings, restorative practice aims to foster that sense of belonging, mutual respect, and make sure that students are taking responsibility for their behaviors. Rather than focusing on punishment, it really emphasizes the understanding and the impact of one's actions on the community in making amends and restoring relationships. Next slide. So this really is an alternate method used in place of harsher discipline that seeks to balance that process between being too forgiving and too punitive and finding that sweet spot. So the goal is to work with students, the victim and the accused, to come up with a solution rather than handing down just a punishment. We want to make sure that there is some resolution so that that conflict isn't ongoing, that it's repaired, and that we can move forward and welcome everybody back into our community and have a safe and inviting place for everybody. Next slide. So some key components of restorative practice include the restorative conversations. So these can take place in many settings and can look very different. But that's really to address the issues, clarify the harm that's been caused, and to promote mutual understanding. Our restorative circles are community building or problem-solving gatherings where everybody's voice in the circle has an equal opportunity to be heard and has an opportunity to share. Our restorative conferences are more formal meetings involving those affected by an incident, focusing again on that accountability of one's actions and how we repair that harm that was caused. At Skyline and through restorative practice, we have a focus on relationships. We believe that relationships are the foundation of everything that we do, and without those, it makes everything else extremely difficult to accomplish. So we have a strong emphasis on the connection, the empathy, and the proactive relationship building that we do, and we believe that is central to maintaining a positive learning environment. We know that from our work, restorative practices contribute to a safer, more supportive school climate, reduce our disciplinary issues such as suspension, and strengthen the student-teacher and student-student relationships while promoting social-emotional growth. Next slide. So the process. So what this looks like at Skyline. Students who are in conflict can refer themselves. We have QR codes all over the building that they can fill out a form. And we'll follow up with them, or they could be referred by friends, teachers, or administrators to the process. Students returning from suspension who may have done a behavior that caused them to be removed for a short period of time all come back to a re-entry meeting with our Sky Squad or administrators upon their return to welcome them back into the community. We know that students are learning, they make mistakes. We want to make sure that they know that they start fresh with us when they come back and they're welcomed back into the community and they belong there. Our Sky Squad, which I'll talk about in a moment, it's our student-led restorative practice program. They set up the room and escort participants to and from their circles rather than an administrator walking them down the hallway. It's a lot more welcoming. Participants have pre-conferences ahead of time to make sure that both parties are willing participants and that they are all going into this with the right mindset to come up with a resolution that works for everybody. Immediately following the circle, there is a debrief and reflection with the advisors. There's a survey to get the feedback from the participants about how it went. And then from there, we determine if there are ongoing check-ins needed or other follow-up. So this is really the gem, our Sky Squad, which is, I have two representatives here, two amazing students, Annalise and Tyson. They are part of our Sky Squad this year. This is a group of amazing students who work with our administration to try and resolve conflicts in the building before they reach the point where suspension might be needed or a bigger disruption to the learning environment happens. So in the use of restorative practices, they're not picking sides, but they're a non-biased, objective party to help in the resolution of conflict. So again, this could be student to student, this could be teacher to student, this could be a classroom circle when the class isn't vibing well, or there's been some harm that was done to the whole class, as well as community building circles. So our Sky Squad facilitates all of these in our building. So who is Sky Squad? So there's a list of the names in our this year's Sky Squad and a beautiful picture of our group led by Ms. Schimmel and Ms. Bass, two amazing school counselors at Skyline. Our practitioners in Sky Squad must represent all aspects of the community. So we make sure that everybody as best we can has somebody who looks like them and represents them in our Sky Squad so that when they come in a conflict, they feel comfortable. Members are chosen and interviewed by current Sky Squad members. So right now we're in the process of selecting Sky Squad members for next year. So they're narrowing down their lists and conducting interviews to choose that team. Students must demonstrate a passion to think differently and critically, which they very much do. They must embrace their role as change agents and peacekeepers, which again, they do that very well in our building. And these are brave, courageous, vulnerable, and empathetic young adults who are giving us all hope for the future. Next slide. In addition to facilitating the restorative practice circles and some of that work, they also have Focus Friends mentorship, where our Sky Squad members are mentors and they are assigned a mentee, a focus friend who may need a little bit more support. Often these are underclass, especially incoming ninth graders that we know may need some additional support as they enter our school community. Sky Squad member is a familiar face for them, a supportive friend in our large building. They kind of act like an older sibling for them, kind of ushering them under their wing. And the goal is, again, to make that transition to high school successful and provide an ongoing support network for students. So that's the brief overview. Now I'm going to give you the highlight of the evening to hear from these two amazing practitioners, Annalise and Tyson, to give you a little bit about their experience. Annalise is a senior, so she's been doing this for quite a while. And Tyson is one of our special 10th graders. We only pull up one 10th grader a year. It's mostly 11th and 12th graders. And Tyson was the chosen one this year because we saw the potential in him. So I'm going to let them both share with you a little bit about their experience.
So personally, one point of pride for me has been my experience with my mentees. So I've had the experience to work with 5 or 6 mentees, working with the class. So it's been an amazing opportunity, and I love just being a face that they can see in the school. So I work with them and I make sure that they're doing okay. I meet with them about twice every month, and making sure that they're doing well in their academics and social life.
I think a moment of pride for me is being able to see how these circles that I'm involved in and help facilitate, or even my partners help facilitate, works in real time. So after the circle, sometimes the students hug, or even if they don't plan to get along again, they're cordial. So there's not tension when you see them passing the hallway and their friends are you know what I mean? It's very nice to see that. Can you bring the slides back? Or somewhere? Thank you. What Sky Squad has meant to us personally. So personally to me, Sky Squad was my pathway to Skyline because I was a mentee. So in 8th grade, I went to Forsyth. So in 8th grade, Sky Squad came to Forsyth and mentored a couple of people who were they going to mentor when they were 9th graders. So one of the Sky Squad seniors right now, Johan, was my mentor. And I just think that was really helpful for me, even just to know what Sky Squad is, but also to have somebody looking out for me, upperclassmen, because, high school's kind of intimidating. So I think it's cool that I get to do that now, but it was also cool that they did that for me.
That's awesome.
And then for me personally, it's been a real opportunity for growth and leadership and empathy. Just being able to resolve conflicts is such an important skill that I really think everyone should be able to do. And we've gotten the opportunity to really spread what we do at Sky Squad and spread it to as many people as we can. So I'm really grateful for that opportunity, and I've gotten to grow as much as possible.
Oh, that's awesome.
We can also open it up to questions if you guys have any questions about what we do at Sky Squad.
Trustee Wilkes.
Well, I have a comment. I'm just so my 3 sons went to Skyline, and I am just so proud to see Skyline students coming after them who are still carrying the torch and just really being impactful on the community at Skyline. I mean, this is what makes this district great, in my opinion, that our students are really trying to do what they possibly can to help our district. And you sound so sincere. You are sincere about what you're talking about. I can feel it. I can sense it. And Tyson, you said that high school can be intimidating. Yes, it can. But it's so wonderful that this organization, this group exists to sort of help students just sort of get acclimated to high school. And at the same time, you're also doing a great service by being peacekeepers in Skyline. So thank you. I do have a question. Is this program being, is it in other high schools in the community, or is it just at Skyline? Do other high schools have a Sky Squad, or? Well,
Some of the high schools have other conflict resolution mechanisms, not exactly like Sky Squad, but I know we've been talking about how we scale it. I also want to brag on these guys that they also have presented at multiple conferences and have been gotten lots of accolades because of the work.
Sure. Okay, so I'm gonna let you guys know on a little secret. Honestly, now that I'm letting you know, you can tell all your friends. It's okay. So, Sky Squad for next year, we're looking to host a symposium. And at the symposium, we're going to try to have a guest speaker who just teaches about restorative justice, what it is, why it should be used, why you guys need it, and as well as like a little bit of workshops, so like a mock circle it would be, and then just like being able to present what Sky Squad is. And we will try to invite at least 2 student leaders from each like school. So we'll do like Ann Arbor schools as well as like the surrounding areas. So Y High, Dexter, Saline, maybe Brighton, and so on. So like that's what we're working on trying to do. We unfortunately did not get a grant, but we're going to try to do some fundraising, and we're going to try to make that happen. So currently it's not in a lot of other schools. But we're trying to make it so it is.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that.
Off of that. So why our like Sky Squad is so important, and why we're trying to like spread it in the symposium the way that Ty said, is because we're completely student-led in our like circles and our organization. That's kind of what makes us unique in the high schools. Like other schools do have a restorative justice organization, but it's not necessarily student-led. And what's important about student-led is that we can connect much better with all of our like mentees and all of the people in the circles, because it's so much harder to connect with adults, even though like you may try to connect, but it's much easier to connect with other students who will understand just on a deeper level what they're going through.
Thank you.
Please keep us abreast of the symposium and the fundraiser.
Okay.
Please keep us in the loop. Thank you so much.
Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah. I have to tell you, probably 15 years ago, as a teacher at Eastern High School in Lansing, I went through a restorative justice process with a student, and we had a conflict, and it was really amazing. And it taught me ways to act differently and to work differently with my students. So I think it's not just for students. It's actually very powerful. In the society we're living in right now, we have to find ways to get along.
Trustee Bescott?
Yes, first of all, congratulations on all your great work. I'm very proud of you guys. When you do your invitations for your symposium, I ask that you invite retired Judge Tim Connors. And a little bit of history. Judge Connors does a lot of work with the Native American culture. And many years ago, he reached out to me and said, we, the community, you've got to do the restorative practices, your peace circles in your schools. Judge Connors had a case which we affectionately called the ketchup case, and I can share that with you later, where basically he says, my courtrooms are starting to look like what used to be the principal's office. You guys have got to do something. Now, being the Huron grad, he figured it should start at Huron. Being the Pioneer grad, I said it needs to start at Pioneer. We brought Dr. Swift in. She was very recent to the district, and she said basically in her polite way, phooey on both of you, we're starting it at Skyline. And which is like, okay, she's in charge. And you guys have just taken it to a whole different level. And so I want to congratulate you on that. But could you share my one question for this evening? Do you keep any statistics? And are those shared? Because I think it would be very valuable to, again, not only document your work, but again, to be proud of the work that you've done, because as Judge Connors said, he didn't want students in his courtroom for things that could be resolved in the classroom. So do you have anything that you can share? And it doesn't have to be tonight. You can get to it us later.
So we track all of our mentee meetings. That's something that we've recently been doing. So we do have a form as best as we can to track all of our mentee meetings, how successful we were and what we talked about. And then it's much harder to track our circle progress, because not all circles are resolved necessarily in the same way. So some are going to be friends again afterwards, and some the resolution looks a lot different, where it looks like they're going to avoid each other, but at least they're not going to cause conflicts. So it's much harder to get data on that, but we do have a really high resolution rate. We usually don't have conflicts afterwards. But I'm not sure what our data looks like on those.
We keep track of all of the circles that are conducted and that kind of data. So we do have some data.
That's great. If you could share that with us later, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We
Thank you for
appreciate
having
that.
us. Thank you.
Next, we have one of our high school deans, Mr. Keith Wade. He is the high school dean at Pioneer High School, and he is going to talk about the role of the high school deans across our high schools and the role they play in helping to connect with students, build those authentic relationships, and work towards reducing out-of-school suspensions for students.
So, good evening. First of all, I'm sorry I don't have any amazing, cute kids up here with me. You're just stuck with me tonight. I apologize.
We need to find some.
We do have some amazing deans, though. And so we work extremely hard to provide a number of supports for the students. We try to build the student connections. We work with the principals of each school to maintain a positive and safe school climate. We meet with the students to help them with reflection and decision-making. Throughout the day, things are going on, and we try to make sure we get with any kid and make sure we guiding them in the right direction. We assist students with making a plan for better choices to try to prevent the discipline that comes with some of the choices they make. We do, I know at Pioneer, I will, if we catch wind of anything, I'll make sure I get with that student or students and try to cut it off, so to speak, and meet with them about some different things and different choices they need to make. We're pretty proactive and not reactive, mediating conflicts between students, and as we just spoke about, students and staff to avoid circumstances that might lead to discipline. And as Ms. Elmore and the Sky Squad talked about, we help lead restorative circles. At Pioneer, we do have the peer-to-peer mediation program. It's similar to the Sky Squad where the kids run it, but we do have that program. I know someone asked, I think Ms. Wilkes asked if we had anything at other high schools. And at Pioneer, we do have a peer-to-peer program, mediation program, where they all go through training and they run some of the mediations. And that's going to we got to get a whole new squad in starting each year to get the kids to run it. Next slide, please. Additionally, we obviously support with academic support. We believe that students engaged in their academic work are less likely to exhibit alternative behaviors relative to work avoidance. So we collaborate with teachers and counselors to monitor the students' progress. That's done a lot throughout the week, throughout the day. We're always pulling up Power School, seeing who we need to check up on. We meet with students who are struggling academically to try to develop plans for improvement of their grades or their attendance or their tardies and just improve their student success altogether. We encourage students to stay engaged in their learning and take advantage of all the many support resources we have in the schools. We have the tutors, we have the Learning Center, we have the Writing Center, a number of different programs and resources that can help them be successful. And of course, if they're not present, they can't have success. So we meet with students regularly about chronic attendance issues and try to get to the root of why they're not at school and not going to class and see what we can do to help prevent the attendance problems. Next slide, please. Social and emotional support is always a big thing for us, and it always will be. Students' well-being remains a top priority for us. There's a number of things we do throughout the day to help with that. Individual check-ins for students. We do that a lot for a number of different things, but we meet with a lot of students that are going through personal, social, or academic challenges. Be surprised at some of the things we deal with throughout the day, but everyone needs somebody, and we try to be there for everyone. We work closely with our school counselors and our mental health professionals to make sure that we're providing the resources and the help that they need. We have a reset room, which it's ran by our kids, kind of talking about the peer-to-peer. It's peer-led, And we have a reset room where kids can get away and get in there and kind of reset, recharge, reboost, get back into their day and try to have some academic success. They might be going through something, and the reset room helps them kind of relax and kind of regain, get their day back going. Then at Pioneer, which is a Pioneer-specific thing, we have what we call the ROS group, which is a Regional Alliance of Healthy Schools. It's through the University of Michigan, and they provide mental and physical clinical services for our students, and that's a great program. We work with the parents and the kids to get them involved in that program, and that is a Pioneer-specific program. It's through U of M, and that's a great resource for us. We meet with the students to help build their confidence, their resilience, and their self-advocacy skills, which we all know we need those throughout life. And we provide the students with our many community resources. Some students just need to be led in the right direction, and we try to help them get the resources they need. Next slide, please. As emphasized throughout this presentation, positive student engagement is essential to student success. This is some of the things we do. Obviously, building relationships is so important with the students. In order for them to trust us, to connect with them, we work hard to build connections. We connect with students throughout the day. We connect during their arrival. We connect when they're leaving school. We connect during lunch. We connect during hallways and the transitions. Any of the unstructured times, we try to get to know a different set of kids, a different group, because we want them to know that we see them and we hear them. We engage with students during extracurricular and after-school activities. It's nothing better for the kids to see you show up to their choir concert or the lacrosse game and just see that you care. That's something we all try to do. Support student voice initiatives to include clubs. We have a number of clubs throughout our high schools, different types of programs, different type of clubs. We encourage kids to get involved with those clubs in a number of leadership opportunities. And we, of course, we get those kids who want the leadership opportunities. They want to be the club leaders. They want to be the president of something. And so we try to encourage that. We advocate for all students to focus on students. We advocate for students and we focus on the students who are disconnected, disengaged from the learning environment. They're a lot easier to spot than you would think. And we try to make sure we connect with them and try to get them involved again in some different things and make sure they know that we're a valued resource for them, whether it's just come by the office and talk or whether they want to come open up, or sometimes they just like to hear you say hi to them. So we make sure that we do that. We promote school culture where every student feels seen, feels heard, like I talked about earlier, and valued. We want everyone to feel that they're a part of our community. We don't want anyone to feel they're not. And as deans, we work hard. We know that's our goal every day, is to get with another set of kids to make sure that they feel seen, heard, and valued. We have some targeted interventions, such as the girls group. All the comprehensive schools, I believe, have the girls group. The boys group, I know Skyline has it because I was over there before I came to Pioneer. And at Pioneer, we have the boys group, which is similar to the girls group, where we meet with the young men and talk about life and talk about life skills and a number of different things a couple times a month. We assist the 8th grade students with their transition process to the high school to build some community. Prior to their 9th grade year, we do one for the parents to let the parents get in, ask their questions, see where their kids will be. Then we do another big one, actually next week, for the 8th grade students to come tour the school, meet students, meet staff, and we try to put on a big show for them. So that helps build the community and make them want to be a part of the high school. Next one. One of the big things is strong family connections. It's very essential to student success. All deans, along with our administrators, school staff, we work collaboratively to support families by connecting them with appropriate resources tailored to their needs. I know Ms. Hayward talked about that earlier. Dr. Hayward, I apologize. everyone has their own unique needs, each student and each family, so we do our best to try to connect them to the correct resources or whatever they need. We act as liaisons between the home and the school, make sure we're communicating everything, make sure we're providing any services they may need, partners with families to support student growth, connect with families with community resources, and communicate with families regarding supporting students when there are some concerns, which there's a lot of different things that go on, and we want to make sure that the parents are aware, that we're aware, and we're working collaboratively to work to help the students out. So the deans do a lot, and we do a lot to support our students, and our days are full of a lot of love and laugh and trying to make sure all of our students feel needed, heard, and valued.
Thank you, Mr. Wade.
Next up is Dr. Purnell. Is that true?
All right.
All right.
Dr. Parnell, thank you, Mr. Wade. I should mention also, trustees, prior to this school year, our deans were specifically ninth grade deans. We changed that this year so that they could help to serve all students in the school. So they are now just high school deans, no longer just solely ninth grade deans, although they do continue to work with ninth graders. They work with all students now. So next we have Dr. Parnell, and she has some friends with her. Dr. Parnell is our fantastic principal at Tappan Middle School. One of the things that Dr. Parnell and her group are going to highlight, in addition to student agency, obviously, is the value of our community partners in helping to provide wraparound support for our students. We just had a great event last week where we thanked and celebrated our partners, because while us here in the district, we certainly have work to do as it relates to the data that we are sharing this evening. We are not able to do it alone. We rely on families, we rely on our community partners to provide that full wraparound for our students. And so Dr. Parnell and her friends here are going to talk a little bit about how this looks at Tappan.
Good evening. Thank you all for having us. And before I get started, I just want to thank the parents who helped get their kids here, and for my kids sitting so patiently to get through this meeting. We are very fortunate to have many community partnerships and organizations at Tappan that offer opportunities and support for many of our students. In the next few minutes, you'll get to hear about 7 of our programs that are really big that service about 250 of our students. We are intentional with encouraging students being involved and finding something that draws their interest at Tappan. We also will connect those other students who don't just, jump out to do it by showing them other opportunities with support groups and providing them with resources. Some of the partnerships that we have at Tappan are Digital Wellness, MSAN, P2P, Youth Action Research, Trinity Health, AAPD We Care, Check and Connect, Empowering Students Tutoring Group, High Cone and Bryant Community Centers, Cord USA, and Student Leadership. I have found as the leader at Tappan, when students feel connected, behaviors are cut down, they buy into our school vision, and then they make the choice to find something that they're interested in. Over the next few minutes, my student leaders are going to describe some of our partnerships, give some student voice and experiences that they've had, and just finally know that by partnering students with community organizations, we are striving to elevate their student agency. We want to lead them to be connected and have positive peer influences with the overall goal of reducing suspensions.
Good evening. Oh, crap. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is Isaac Fennick. I'm in 7th grade at Tappan Middle School, and I'm here to talk to you guys about Leadership Group. Leadership is not just a group of people, but a forum where student leaders can spread their ideas to help classmates, teachers, and the Tappan community. Leadership has helped me connect with more people, spread ideas, and voice my opinions. And I've had the opportunity to interact, influence students, staff, and Ann Arbor Public School leadership. It has also helped me take leadership skills into my sports and everyday life. I now feel more confident taking risks, speaking out, and advocating for others. As a school leader, I try to set an example of someone who is kind, helpful, and considerate. And through my service, I hope to show others that everyone's voice matters and that every student should have a voice to speak for what they believe in. Some of my best memories as a student leader have been speaking to younger students, sharing my ideas with board office leadership, and welcoming people to the Tappan community. Before I finish up, I want to give a shout out to our amazing leadership advisors, Ms. Azanov, Ms. Doherty, and the amazing Dr. Parnell. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chandler Smith, and I'm in the 7th grade, and I've been on the leadership team for about 2 years. Now. Leadership gives me an opportunity to use my voice and has made me become a great role model and a leader around others. Being on the leadership team has made many impacts on my school experience. It makes me feel like I can share my opinions and my ideas. But today, I'm going to be talking about the High Cone Community Center. The High Cone team is very involved with Tappan. They have monthly meetings with administration and communicate frequently with questions and concerns. They support the well-being of Tappan students, and they check up on everyone. They even check our attendance and reach out to the school when we are absent. Teachers also support High Cone by taking time out of staff meetings to visit the community centers. Teachers participate in community events, after-school tutoring, back-to-school events. They also provide and assist with schoolwork, support behavior, and whatever their needs are. This partnership plays a pivotal role in making sure that students know they are supported in school and their community.
Awesome.
Hello, my name is Bianca Starks, and I'm in 2nd grade, and this is my 2nd year on leadership. Leadership has done many things that impact my school experience. It has helped me want to become a better person and set a better example for the people around me. Today, I will be talking to you about the Empowering Students Tutoring Group. This is run by high school students and takes place after school. The tutors are mentors to the students and build relationships with them by being there for them and in helping them set goals in their class and for school. They check on these goals weekly and connect with teachers when they have questions or concerns. The tutors meet with the students once a week, but also provide more help when needed on Zoom and with appointment. The tutors attend Information Day and meet the parents at Curriculum Night and the first Parent-Teacher Conference. Tutors also work with teachers to help support students. The tutors meet with Dr. Parnell to make sure that the students are getting what they need. They also communicate when they won't be able to tutor. The benefit of this program for students is to help us feel like we have the extra support we need to do well in our classes. It also helps us connect and feel comfortable asking for help when we need it. Thank you.
Up or down?
Down. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ivy Fuller, and I've been on leadership for 3 years now. Leadership has helped my middle school experience because I've connected with more people, shared my ideas, and voiced my opinions. Very similar to HighCon, Bryant Community Center services many of our students after school, during the holidays, and in the summer. Tappan also does a yearly canned food drive with Bryant for Thanksgiving. Bryant's supervisor has connected with Dr. Parnell to do restorative conversations with students that are having issues. Another connection we have with Bryant is a women's group called Cord USA. This is an opportunity for moms, grandmoms, and/or other women guardians in the community to learn skills and get resources. Our lovely Dr. Parnell and other women teachers at school participate. This connection to this organization means to me that I have multiple people working on my behalf to make sure that I have the tools needed to be successful. I know I'm not alone because I have so many people supporting me.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ananya Iyer, and this is my 2nd year on leadership. Leadership has been an amazing resource for me to find ways to be a better person and a better part of my community. One of the groups I will be speaking about tonight is Girls Group. Girls Group is probably one of the largest groups within our school. We meet weekly by grade level during lunch and advisory. 6th grade meets on Tuesdays, 7th grade on Thursdays, and 8th graders meet on Friday. We talk about different subjects each week, including inflation, mental health, and community service. These topics are important for us to discuss because they are all things we will experience in our adult lives. During summer, we have sessions every day, Monday through Thursday. We do different activities and talk about different things. Meals are always provided, and it's a great way to spend the day with your friends and mentors. Girls Group has given me the opportunity to speak about topics that I find important, while also helping me build friendships with people I wouldn't otherwise speak with. It also is amazing for our school because it helps build a community of girls who support and care for each other, while also helping us learn more about the world around us. Another group we have within our school is Check and Connect. Check and Connect is a program for students who are disconnected from school and learning. The heart of this program lies in the relationship between students and caring, trained mentors who will challenge Tappan students academically while partnering with parents, Tappan, and our community to challenge students and helps with supporting how we learn and grow as students.
Thank you, Dr. Purnell and our Tappan students. Next, we have Principal Samantha Cuckoo, principal at Mitchell Elementary. Trustees, I'm sure I don't have to remind you that we know that Mitchell Elementary School had some challenges to start the school year. Ms. Cuckoo transitioned into leadership midway through the fall. And boy, what a remarkable difference we have seen at Mitchell Elementary. And we want to spotlight just some of the exemplary leadership that Ms. Cuckoo and the Mitchell staff and community are doing at Mitchell. If you were at the groundbreaking, you saw just how fantastic our Mitchell students are, and what we saw did not fit the narrative that we heard, right?
Sure.
And so we have to tell our own story, which is why this report tonight, we could have just presented the data, but we wanted to also tell our story, our full story about what we are doing to support students. And Ms. Cuckoo's leadership at the elementary level is one of the ways that leadership really matters. And so I'll turn it over to her to talk about what she has done to transform our incredible Mitchell Elementary in just a short amount of time.
All right, thank you, Superintendent Parks, and good evening, trustees. I do have slides. I just wanted to say that. So,
thank you.
There's something else other than look at this face. All right. So, as Superintendent Parks has mentioned, Mitchell has had its challenges and faced its challenges this school year and previously. But, however, over the course of this school year, it has grown into a place where students are stepping into leadership roles. Staff feels safer and more supported. And the broader community can clearly see the positive changes taking place. In preparing to speak with you today, I took time to talk to our Mitchell students about what they believe has contributed to this transformation. Students shared that they feel seen and cared for by our staff and by me. They mentioned that I'm present every day, speaking with them, checking in with them, and working alongside them. Next slide, please. We began our school reset by grounding everyone in a strong understanding of our Mitchell expectations, supported by fun and consistent assemblies. And we understood that frequent assemblies can disrupt student routines. I introduced regular video updates to maintain connection and reinforce these expectations in a flexible way. Furthermore, a focus on daily positive messaging helps our students feel proud of themselves. Next slide. Students also engaged in new and revitalized partnerships that further strengthened their sense of involvement. We proudly reinstated student safety leaders and brought back our student council, which now includes over 70 student members. Through student announcements, school projects, and visible improvements across campus, student voice is now a driving force. Just last week, our student council met to help design a new mural for our school's entryway. They selected inspiring phrases that reflect Mitchell's identity, such as global diversity, learner profile, and even a nod to our beloved courtyard ducks. Next slide, please. Most recently, students and staff collaborated to create a reset room, a calming space designed to support students who need a moment to reflect and regroup. Training our adults is occurring now, and our students are working to develop video resources to share with the school community. Mitchell's transformation this year has been driven by student leadership, meaningful connection, and a renewed commitment to our community. Of course, all of this work does not happen without support, and I'm very thankful for our Mitchell educators and stakeholders, as it has truly been a team effort. So thank you for allowing me to share information regarding Mitchell's student supports and intervention, and I'll now turn the presentation back to Ms. Alston.
Thank you.
All right, so we're at the home stretch of this. Our work is not done. It is not complete. You could clearly see from all of our speakers, our students especially, from Skyline to Tappan to even hear Mrs. Cuckoo speak about our Mitchell students, what really brings students to school is them feeling a sense of connectedness, a sense of belonging, ensuring that there are leadership opportunities for them, as well as being engaged in school. So that is so key in ensuring that our schools are supported with our students. So to the presentation, behavior is communication. How do we create safe spaces where students feel connected, valued, and supported, leading to increased belonging, connectedness, and engagement with decreased suspensions? So what are we doing now and next in the Ann Arbor Public Schools? This is our call to action. Moving forward is about strengthening supports and reducing suspensions. As part of our work and next steps, we will establish a work team that includes district and building leadership, teachers, staff, students, parents, caregivers, and community partners to develop an action plan with goals and strategies to reduce suspensions and disproportionality among Black students, male students, students with disabilities, and students who are economically disadvantaged. In addition, we will train and develop administration and alternatives to suspension. We plan to expand our tiered supports and to systematize the supports that we have across all of our K-8 buildings. We will continue to use data to identify patterns and respond with equity. We will also continue our partnerships with community organizations to expand our resources. And lastly, identify recommended policy adjustments to our superintendent. Next slide, please. Our commitment is to our students and to our staff, to our community. Every student deserves to feel connected, valued, and seen, to learn in a safe, joyful, and welcoming environment, to get the support they need to make positive choices, and to be present and engaged in school every day. And so you'll see in this picture, this is one of our classrooms in the Ann Arbor Public Schools, and you'll notice there aren't any kids in there. However, you notice the little bit of piece that says good vibes. We want good vibes in all of our classrooms across the schools, across our K-12 campuses, and we want schools to be a safe place for our students to thrive and for our teachers and for our support providers to feel that they can come to school to teach and that our students can learn in a safe environment. In AAPS, it's essential that our students, teachers, support staff, and families feel safe every day in our schools. Collectively, together, with hard work and intentionality, we can build learning communities for all of our students. And that concludes our presentation for the evening.
Thank you, Ms. Alston. Trustees, thank you.
Yeah, good job.
Again, I know that it was a hefty report this evening, but we felt it was necessary to provide a full picture of where we are and where we are headed. We have some of our administrators still here. We have Ms. Alston, Ms. Lewis, and Dr. Hayward here, and myself, and we are happy now to take the questions that you have for us.
Trustee Schmidt.
Okay, so I know that, especially for our middle and high school teachers, when you have a caseload of, or a number of students that you come in contact with in a day, if you teach 5 periods, 25 students, that's 125 students. And it's impossible for you to keep track of what's going on in their lives. And so you do these check-ins that quantify, where students are. I'm just wondering, what do students think about those? Are they actually doing them? Do they say, oh, I'm not going to do that? And do we really know? Explain to me what the program is. I saw Fast Bridge. I saw the different ones on that one slide.
So I think so with the Check and Connect, it really depends on if students feel like they have an authentic relationship with the teacher. Many of our students do. And so if that's the case, they're more willing to share information about what's going on in their life. That trusted adult is critical to the success of our students, because we know if they have a trusted adult that they can talk to in the school setting, and oftentimes it's their favorite teachers, right, who give them that time at the beginning of that class period to talk about what's going on. Let's have some connections here. And so students are more willing to open up when they have that trusted adult.
And so I'm trying to understand how this is used. I mean, at Scarlett, there was a CCA period, and that'd be first thing in the morning. Students might check in then. When do students do this where they would go online and give a read on, I think of the doctor's office that has the little faces, the happy, the mute, and the sad. I mean, when do they do this? I don't.
So we have,
Mr. Harris
Mr. Harris will come up as well. We have the advisory time. So Scarlett, it's worded differently, but we have advisory classes at all the middle schools when they do this. And then Mr. Harris will talk about, here you go, the high school.
Sure enough. Yep. So you mentioned the SABRS screening tool, and that speaks right to the heart. The importance of the adult connections cannot be overstated, but when you have 125, 150 students, it makes it challenging. The purpose behind a screening tool is because it's quick. This is a 5 or 10 minute little survey that can be done with students, whether it's an advisory or SkyTime or a forum, that gets us a quick read from the students, again, evidence-based, that can allow the adults then to take those responses and be more intentional to say, okay, I'm going to make sure that I get to these students based on their responses. Again, when that's done multiple times over the course of the year, then it kind of guides our supports.
It's not a daily thing where I come to class and I would check in and that teacher would know.
The SABRS screening tool in particular is done 2 to 3 times of the year. We have experimented a little bit at the elementary level with a rhythm student check-in tool, which is more daily and multiple times over the course of a week.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Please.
Come on, to the microphone, Ms. Elmore.
I think we do have students that are in Tier 2 and Tier 3 that do have designated check-in and connects each day. So based on the need or elevated, whatever's going on, that they may need that. The deans often do that, the counselors do that, the administrators do that, typically as like those kind of regimented, making sure they're happening every day for those students that need additional support.
Ms. Muhammad?
So first of all, thank you for, I know this was a big task to bring this data together for all the speakers that have talked. And it was, definitely due for us to look at this data. And just looking at it, there are concerning numbers. Obviously, we all are aware of that. When we see 2 times increase in suspensions, at the overall, but especially focused on the elementary and the middle school, it's almost 3.5. Increase in those grade levels or those schools. And then I know that, with the current environment and state, obviously we're going to probably see those numbers increase. Obviously, hopefully with those interventions, it will help. And I know COVID had an impact, but obviously there's other factors that I'm hoping that, this work group could also consider, including social media, phones in the schools. There is increase in bullying. So things that, are external factors that are impacting, that are going to, affect suspension rates. I love that there's a working group. What I was hoping, what I'd recommend is definitely getting, especially those parent and student groups. These would be a great opportunity for them to be involved, to provide feedback, especially marginalized groups. And also experts, because, we have experts, in our backyard in Ann Arbor. So, using their expertise when you're developing interventions or policy changes, I think it's going to be important. And, there are some great programs. I did want to have a shout out to Dr. Parnell, because you made a pretty significant impact to my kid's life. He did he's part of the leadership program. And I loved hearing all the students part of that too. But one thing I wanted to ask about, and I brought this up the last time, especially looking at the suspension data, and I brought it up at committee as well, but I wanted to kind of bring it up here, is looking at the more detailed look of suspensions, especially looking at the number of days of suspensions. And then we talked about kind of the action level of where the suspensions are, because we know that there's several levels. And then also looking at, if we have that data, looking at the number of days of suspension and average number of days per the different groups. Especially since we saw in the data, the groups that were mostly impacted are, students with IEPs, also, Black students, as well as English learner students. So looking at what's the overall impacts? We have the general numbers, but how many days of school are they missing due to suspension, which can impact their learning? And then how suspensions and absenteeism is connected in any way. Because overall, I think not just in Ann Arbor Public Schools, but overall chronic absenteeism is a problem. So how is that, is there a correlation between that? And I know that we're looking at that data. And then two other things I was hoping to ask, and again, data to look at that's important, I think, for the board to see, but the reasons behind the different groups. Because I know it was categorized by the grade levels, I believe, but not necessarily the reasons behind, the Black student group, the EL learners, the different groups. What are the reasons?
You mean reasons for suspension?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, just like how it was, because we know that there's data. There's been reports that these groups are already going to be at a higher rate of suspension, and there was a recent report in the CDC that showed that some of these there are this kind of feeling that some of these suspensions, some of these groups feel like these are. And I'm going to say it, not that we're doing it here, but they feel that there's this unfair increase of suspensions in these groups. So it's important to kind of look at what can we do to support these different groups, because we're seeing an alarming increase of suspensions. They're higher than the other groups. And then the last thing is, I know that we kind of separated male and female, but it's important for us, and I don't know if we have this data, but to look at also, people who do not, the LGBTQ community. We know that they're at risk of suspensions, and how do we also make sure that we're seeing that group of students and how suspensions are impacting them as well. So I just wanted to summarize some of the data that's going to be important as we're looking at and who to get involved when we're looking at addressing these issues.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Could I just add to what Trustee Mohammed said? Mr. Berger, when we have these categories and we say somebody is in the, disadvantaged or Black or whatever, somebody can fit into more than one category.
Yeah, and we have that.
So it's important for us to think about that. This isn't, these are just kids that are this, and these are just kids. So I think that that's a nuance that has to be looked at, that you can have one child that populates all those categories. And it looks like there are 5 kids all being suspended, and it's one child. So I don't know how we work with that, but that's one of the difficulties with this, I guess.
You gotta come to the mic.
He gets to play at the microphone too, yes.
I have a big mouth. So the suspension percentages that you saw in the presentation are not students with suspensions, but they are incidences of suspension, if that clarifies anything for you.
Oh.
I think that, I'm sorry, that you sat down before. I guess
clarification.
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
So when we say there are I forget the exact number, it was like 3,105 suspensions over the 6-year period. That is not 3,105 students who were suspended. That is 3,105 incidences of suspension. So some of those are one student who have been suspended twice, for example.
Okay.
So when you're saying that students fit in different groups and you're counting, we're actually counting incidences of suspension when we're looking at the data the way we presented it this evening.
So the same student may have multiple suspensions.
Yes. Yeah.
I have some other data questions if you want to stay up there.
I'm happy to stand up here.
Okay, awesome. Has our definition of suspension changed over those 6 years with relation to our rights and responsibilities handbook?
No,
I don't believe so.
It has not.
Stayed consistent?
Yes, it has.
Okay. And then I think we said like 87% of this were 87% of the suspensions were out of school.
That's correct.
Suspensions. Is that consistent in our trending data as well, or?
That is something I'd have to look up specifically. I looked at it as the whole body, but I didn't look at that specifically. So that's something I can look for.
Okay. Couple other questions related to the trends. Do we know if like our students with disabilities or English versus non-English learners or economically disadvantaged groups, do we know if the trends that we're seeing in suspension are also trends in our population changes? So like, for instance, do we increase our students with disabilities those last 2 years where we see an increase in?
Definitely there's been an increase in English learners, although that is a group that is underrepresented over our analysis period in suspensions. So they actually, in general, are suspended less than their proportion of the population. They make up less of the proportion of suspensions. There was actually a table in the presentation. It was probably around like slide 20 or something like that. I don't know if we can bring that up. I don't know the exact slide number, but it's somewhere around 20-ish maybe. Before that, is it 13? Is it all the way back to 13? Yeah, so that's going to be maybe a little hard to read from where you're sitting, but if you look at the columns there, the first column in each of these has the percent of suspensions that were made up by that group. The second column has the percent of the population, and then the third column in each of those year bands has the percentage point difference. So that should give you an idea of how much they were over or underrepresented compared to the population. And I did look at the percent of the population each year individually. So that's going to be, year over year, they make up a different percent of the population. So you can see what that under or over representation is for each of those groups.
Okay, well, that's helpful. A couple other things. Do we do any comparability to Michigan or peer districts or, national trends?
So I don't know what data is available. I was having a hard time finding a lot around any of the other districts that was easy to do like deep levels of comparison?
Right, that makes sense. Couple other questions on data. So we talk about it being reported in power schools, and maybe there's not a distinction for like substance usage, right, at the high school level that gets very granular.
Yeah.
Do we feel like we have the reporting capabilities that we need in the district, or are there opportunities for enhancements there?
I'm not super familiar with the technical side, so I'll have to go with somebody else for that. I can pull the data out, but I don't know a lot about what Power School is capable of in the recording side.
Yeah, we would have to look into that.
Okay.
I'm sorry. So, Trustee Wilkerson, are you suggesting that Power School is inadequate? I guess
I'm
not
just
really sure.
asking if we feel like we have the data that we need to support the efforts and how we want to help our students. Right? Do we have the right level of detail? Are we able to parse that data how we need to get to the, some of the root causes of
Got it.
some of these disparities?
Okay. I actually had a question. If we could go back to slide number 9. There's a significant decrease in 2021-22 suspensions, and then there's a steady increase in 2023 and thereafter. And I'm just wondering, and there's also a decrease in high school suspensions, and I'm just wondering, do we know what we can attribute that decrease to specifically? Is there any...
I'm sorry. I must.
Slide number 9. I'm sorry.
That's true.
Wait. It was actually, if you could, I think the slides are different. I was looking at some slides that were given to me before the final. So if you could, maybe 12? Where it shows all the different, this might be it. So 2021-22, there was a slight decrease. Yeah, and then
slide
goes,
9.
Slide 9.
I thought it was 9.
You might.
There we go.
Is that it? Okay.
So there's a slight decrease in 21-22, and then steadily goes up after that. So,
21 wasn't measured.
Yeah, I think.
Well, can someone answer that for me besides the folks on my...
So we've got some high school folks here. Ms. Elmore, Mr. Wade, do you guys want to contribute to some speculation as to why those numbers increased?
Well, yeah, high school, I mean, I think that obviously COVID changed the landscape of schools, right? And so that those first years coming back were very transitional, I guess I would say, and definitely not normal. And so there was much more latitude allowed, I would say, in some ways.
That's true.
And then, I mean, I can't speak exactly to why they have risen. However, I will say at a high school level, we've made a very concerted effort to make sure that we are really only suspending for like safety or alcohol or drug related issues that impact the safety of the school community. So we're trying to handle those really in-house as much as possible. And when we did have the behavior intervention specialists, that was another layer of support that really allowed us to have additional hands that weren't assigned somewhere else to work through some of these issues. But I think, overall, there has been that increase, which I can't speak to exactly. I will say there has been a rise in vaping and the use of electronic vaping devices. And so that probably contributes. I mean, just that's my gut. I don't have the data to support that right now, but just knowing what we deal with every day, that has definitely, we've seen an increase in that significantly. And I don't know if Mr. Wade has anything else. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay,
Elmore.
thank you. Yeah, I just don't know if there's a way to capture that because it's a notable decrease.
Yeah.
And if it was just going underreported, then that would make sense.
So here are my thoughts. I think the presentation was amazing. Thank you all for all the hard work you did and for bringing the children and for all the creative ideas you have to try to make things better moving forward. But the trend is unsettling. The trend is increasing. And specifically, what I saw in the presentation is that Black, poor, and disabled children are disproportionately represented. And I didn't hear a why, and I didn't hear a how we're fixing it. And so those are my problems. And maybe that's not for you all directly. Maybe it's for the performance committee to help and look into in addition with your and to support your efforts. But 13% of the population making 50% of the suspensions is a problem. And I don't know why we're there, and I don't know how we're going to address it, but we need to address it. And so I'd ask you all to work together to help find some solutions to this problem.
Yeah, I think that's the purpose. The entire purpose of the work group that the team talked about is our immediate next step is to assemble a representative group of folks who will come together, who will help inform our thinking in our direction around why we know that there are national trends that echo what we see here in the district and have for many, many years. This district, the data is not new to this district, and the national trend is not new either. And so I don't know that anybody has figured out exactly why, or it wouldn't be national trends or the trend for our district decade after decade after decade. But we are going to assemble this group together so that we can have some collective thinking about Ann Arbor Public Schools and what we might be able to do to change that.
That's what I would love to see. Trustee Muhammad?
Yeah, and that's what I was seeing too. And that's why I think more, working with the working group and having more data as far as looking at the reasons, because they did report reasons for the overall group, like the overall population and the different buildings, so elementary, middle school and high school. But I think it's important to dig deeper, and I didn't realize the data was not per like it was all suspensions, and it's multiple suspensions. But I think digging deeper in the reason, but also including these, definitely the parents, but also including we have great groups that are willing to help provide input of what's happening. The Black Parent Group and, the special ed group. And they can provide on the ground reasons, for what is happening.
Yeah, those are some of the community partners and caregivers that we haven't had in mind when we put that on the slide for our participants of our work group.
But yeah, I think that would be helpful. But I think more data, and especially per person, not necessarily, or per student, not necessarily categorizing all the suspensions, but what's like the true impact, especially looking at students, not categorizing all the suspensions.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yeah, I think, the right thing to do is to focus on how we can fix it, of course, right? So I think, this work group is great. I think we need to understand not only what do we need to do, but how do we do it. So, we can ensure that the board is taking the right look at supporting these initiatives too. We're thinking about it from a budgetary perspective. We're building that into our strategic planning process. Because a lot of the supports that I heard, we talk about professional development, but to me, these are all like additional supports that we need, and somebody has to do that. And I know we've had to make some cuts in the last couple of years for those support staff, so I think we need to understand what do we actually need to prioritize when we go back to the budgeting process.
Right. We need to find out how we can help us assist in this progress. And like I said, this is a district that has more resources than most.
Absolutely.
And so we need to use those resources to not just be a part of the national trend, but to change the trend. Yeah. And I think we can do that here. It starts with us.
Absolutely.
And so that's where I want to go.
Yeah. And then I do have one other question, and I think I already know the answer to this, but I'll ask it to Ms. Parks. How are we going to ensure that this data is presented on an annual basis?
Yeah, it used to be an annual report, and so now that it is back, it will continue to be an annual report.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for all your hard work, everyone, for putting this together.
Greatly appreciate it. Trustee Wilkins.
I want to echo I think some of this is definitely attributed to not having behavior intervention specialists in the schools. I think anecdotally, I've certainly heard that that's one of the things to blame. So we need to figure that out somehow. And I also want to make sure we're able to measure our successes. So with these, all the different programs we're hearing, is there a way to, I know it's hard to measure what didn't happen, but if there's a way to, as this, we're keeping track of all the different circles you had or whatever, and if you can keep track of what ones were successful or weren't, what kids you saw, what students you saw again, or what students you didn't see again, or that kind of thing. I think it'll be important as we put these more measures in place, put more supports behind these measures in place to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Absolutely. It's one of the things that we talked about as we were going through the data, like how do we know what's working?
Yeah.
And what evidence do we have of that? So that is definitely top of mind too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I just wanted to add, Superintendent Parks, thank you so much for this presentation. Thank you and your team for not only just showing the data, which is quite sobering, that's an understatement, but emphasizing support measures and proactive next steps. I mean, you took it one step further, and I appreciate that. And I also want to say that, we take pride in being an exceptional district. And I believe that what does that mean? In my opinion, that means setting trends and not just being a part of a trend. And so I would like to see us set a trend. Yeah, there's a trend across the nation that pretty much reflects this exact same data. But we can dare to be different.
Absolutely.
We can dare to set the tone, set the trend, buck the trend. That's B-U-C-K, buck the trend. And really set the tone and be a model for school districts across the country. So again, exceptional is a word that we tout, and I believe that we need to show what that means, illustrate what that means, show the country what that means. And I believe that we were all elected to make a difference in this district. Here's a challenge. Here's an opportunity for us to be problem solvers, alongside you and with everyone in the district and on your cabinet. And I know there was one slide that said something about identifying that your team was going to identify recommended policy adjustments. And when I saw the word policy, this sounds like board involvement.
Yeah.
So please
That's exactly what
let
we had in
us
mind
know.
when we put that there.
Yeah, so we want to find policy adjustments to be able to correct this problem. I have lived in this district for more than 25 years, and the data has not changed. And so I'm on the board now. So we need to make some changes. I have been in this district for a while. I haven't been on the board 25 years, but I've been in this district for 25 years, and we need to see some new data.
In the room where it happens.
Absolutely.
Trustee Basquette?
So I hope to kind of round this up and say it is the board's job, okay, and to support the superintendent and her team. And if there's ever a team to carry it on, it's this one.
Yes.
But we as a board have got to allow and support their work. We have been too distracted with other things, and we cannot educate children if we don't have them in our buildings. And when they're in their buildings, we have to have them safe. And I was very surprised and very disappointed. The fighting has got to stop. And that didn't all start in the classroom, okay, or the buildings. And I appreciate someone saying this is a community resolution. Because again, some of these ideas came from outside of our buildings, and I know these groups, and they are working with the very children that we say we need to address the issues. So please, as trustees, collectively, and I know people point to me, well, you've been on the board this long and you haven't fixed the problem. I'm one vote. One vote. Okay? So collectively, we have to support our superintendent and her team. And yes, sometimes it'll be looking at the budget a little different, despite what we may be hearing from the outside. If the superintendent says she needs this position, we need to stand firm in supporting her for this position. Despite what people who are outside, who may be well-meaning, but don't have the information or the expertise, but they have loud voices. And so some of us cower and we cave and we put pressure. We know how to fix this problem. Has been on for years, and I've said for years, we know how to resolve it, but do we have the gut and political will to do so? And so I'm going to ask all of you trustees, new and veterans, if you will, are we committed to giving the resources and standing firm to resolve the issue? These folks, as we've mentioned, they have been doing this work for years, but they can't fix this alone. So again, whether it's policy, whether it's budget, whether it's just hearing what we need to do, let's just be committed to doing it together. Thank you.
And if there's nothing further, I think that's a good place to take a 10-minute break.
All right, thank you.
So we will adjourn until 10:20.
Okay. So, how can
We'll recall the meeting to order at 10:23. Next, we had the superintendent, but we're going to drop that down a little bit and try to jump to our school librarian month update, please, and try to allow them to get out of here.
Thank you very much, President Feaster. We have Rachel Goldberg, who is our elementary chair for our library services department. And we have Jennifer Colby, who is our secondary chair. And they are here to do a school librarian month overview, preview, FYI, update, all of the things for trustees in the community, as this is School Library Month. So at this time, I will turn it over to the two of them.
And we have some slides.
Yes, excellent. Okay, thank you, trustees, President Feaster, Superintendent Parks, lovers of books, supporters of the freedom to read.
I think that's actually our last.
That's our last slide, yes. But happy School Library Month, yeah.
Happy every month.
I'm Jennifer Colby. This is Rachel Goldberg. Besides being defenders of democracy, among other things, we would like to share all the good news we have from our library program across the district.
So yes, as Superintendent Park said, we're here to tell you a little bit about what we do all the time, but highlighted in April, which is National School Library Month. So we support all of our diverse learners in Young 5s through 12th grade in our libraries, including our English language learners, our students in self-contained classrooms, our students with diverse learning needs. Library is a place where all of our students can be successful, pursue their interests, engage with stories, learn to find information for research and individual, personal growth. Libraries are the heart of inquiry-driven learning. We have librarians in all 31 of our K-12 buildings. We have our Master's in Library Science or Information. We are certified ND, which is the Media Specialist certification, although we use school library programs here, or we use school librarian. Forgive me, I taught all day, and here we are. We provide instruction in a wide variety of programs. I'll get to more of our content in a little bit. We will also host special events and activities. We have a big district-wide author. We have an author coming, Newbery Award-winning author coming to visit 3 of our elementary schools just in a few weeks. We have book fairs. We raise funds to support literacy initiatives in our libraries with print and digital collection. And we are supported by our amazing Friends of the Ann Arbor Public Schools Library Group. We provide resources to students and staff and families, print books, digital books as part of our Sora ebook and audiobook collection. We subscribe to several research databases and have a streaming video library. Next slide, please. And so we directly support around 6,000 students per day in our high schools, our comprehensive high schools, our alternative high school, 200 average per middle school and 125 average. Our school librarians in elementary schools are teaching full course loads within the specials rotations. So when students come to our libraries, they're coming for classes, they're coming for book checkout, tech support, test prep. They're coming because we've talked a little bit tonight about students needing a safe space to feel like they belong, to have a familiar face with whom they can connect. And our buildings, our libraries are those spaces. Also, students who are taking classes through A2B often take those classes in the library. Our librarians at the secondary level advise clubs and offer homework help. And so much more. It's hard to capture all of the busy sort of community center nature of our school libraries with these statistics, but we'll do our best. Next slide, please. So there we are, a cardiganed bunch. And just as a sort of what we do in terms of our professional work when we are not working directly with students, there are protocols for doing diversity audits for our collections to make sure that our literature is representative, inclusive, that we're not promoting harmful stereotypes. So we have a variety of tools that we use to do this. We are monitoring and managing our collections, weeding out old books to make room for new materials. We catalog and process those materials so that students can find them, so that they last for a long time. We directly work with
classroom teachers and other special area teachers to deepen and sorry, forgive me, I'm a little less articulate at this time of the evening.
It's 10:30. Don't worry about it.
To deepen students' learning in their classrooms with library skills as well. We are certified as Common Sense Media Educators, which is a program that we went through a few years ago and are renewing this year to certify our commitment to using common sense media as a guideline for information literacy, media literacy, and digital citizenship. We present at conferences here in Michigan and across the country. And next slide, please. And this year, 28 of us became certified school libraries of the 21st century. So this was an extensive application process through the State Library of Michigan that we engaged in with our principals. And there was a rubric for this, and the sort of key benchmarks are up there. Teaching for 21st century learning, so that was specifically about our instruction. Building the 21st century learning environment, that was like the infrastructure and the budget and the sort of district-wide supports that our students have our librarians have for our library programs. And then thinking about the future and what we're doing to build strong digital citizens as well. And so using all of those benchmarks, we worked with our principals, and we've either obtained exemplary or qualified status in 28 of our libraries. It's worth noting that those are the libraries that have one full-time school librarian in the library. That we have buildings that do not have a full-time school librarian in those buildings. And so this would be something that we would love to work toward in the future. Next slide. Instruction. So you'll see the elementary resource portal, the middle school resource portal, and then some of our high school our subscription-based databases. Forgive me, I'm going to read a bit. Some of our AAPS library curricular standards are that we're hoping to teach students to evaluate information critically and competently, using information accurately, creatively, and ethically to share knowledge and participate collaboratively and productively as a member of a democratic society, appreciating literature and other creative expressions of thoughts and ideas, and pursuing knowledge related to personal interests and aesthetic growth. And so we're working to also, I didn't mention digital citizenship, but understanding and practicing internet safety when using electronic media for educational, social, recreational purposes, practicing strategies that promote personal safety, and understanding the need for protecting personal privacy when engaging online. And so these are key elements of our library program, pre-K through 12. Next slide. We also have a lot of fun in our libraries. We partner with the Ann Arbor District Library, and they come to us. Our students visit the library in second grade, and then for other various projects as they get older. We work with community groups to do Cultural Heritage Month activities and displays. We host a lot of exciting events in March. March is Reading Month, even though Reading Month is every month. We have community partnerships. We do book drives and giveaways. Our high schoolers do voter registration. We have family reading nights. We have seed libraries. We do author visits, book clubs, story walks, and so much more. Next slide, please. While we are grateful for the money that we get from the district, we also want to provide our students with even more. And so our librarians are often working to be out in the community advocating. You'll see there are links to articles featuring librarians in local publications. And last school year, librarians raised over $25,000 in grants to supplement our budget.
And there's a link in the note for that slide. It gives you the spreadsheet. Data.
And then next slide. And then our Friends of the Ann Arbor Public School Libraries. This group was started last year as a group of people who are direct stakeholders in our school libraries. We are either the first or one of the first school districts to have a Friends of the School Library group to support us. Their goal, they work to provide volunteer services, so they have a sign-up genius where they match volunteers in the community with libraries for all sorts of different projects. They raise money for needs not normally covered in our operating budget. They also advocate for the library at the state and local levels.
Recently, they secured a $15,000 Knight Foundation grant to purchase audiobook titles for us in Sora. And so we are so grateful for all of the work that our friends do, and excited that here in Ann Arbor, we are lucky enough to have a Friends of the School Libraries group.
So that $15,000 really helps us cover the audiobook needs that we have in the district for students who have a need for an audiobook. When an ebook or a print book does not support their learning, then we have that money to provide those audiobooks. So right now we're purchasing books in audiobook format that represent our most popular ebooks in our collection that we already do not have an audiobook for, and then we're taking recommendations and requests from teachers and librarians and students throughout the next 2 years. We'll spend down that $15,000 on audiobooks. Next slide, please. We have so many resources. Many of these are district provided. We have our Follett Destiny catalog, which is all of our print collection in all of our libraries. We have our Sora ebook and audiobook collection, which we started post-COVID. Thanks to the board for funding that and continuing to fund that. We have our Gale databases, which we use at our middle school and high school buildings that we teach our students how to find authoritative and accurate information online through the databases, and the same with Pebble Go at our elementary buildings. We also have My Video Spot, which is our digital video streaming service that we provide mainly to our secondary buildings so that teachers and students have access not only in the building to watch the movies that support the curriculum, but also outside of school they can access the links through Schoology if they're absent or if they're out of the building for some reason, they can access that learning material outside of school. So print plus digital equals equity. It supports all of our learners to have these resources in multiple formats. Next slide. As of about 9:20 today, we've had 256,671 print checkouts throughout the libraries this school year. And those are examples of displays that we have throughout the school district. These are focusing on Native American Heritage Month. Next slide. So Sora, we love Sora. Our students love Sora. My favorite thing about Sora is the 24/7 access all year long. When our libraries are closed, our students still have access to books. People will say, well, why don't they go to the public library? Well, some of our students just don't have access to the public library, even though every Ann Arbor Public School student and teacher can get a library card to the Ann Arbor District Library, no matter where you live. We know that some students need access to reading materials outside of the school day. So that's one of the reasons why we love Sora. Another reason why we love Sora is it develops digital reading skills to prepare for online testing with on-screen reading, notes and highlights tools, and the ability to find words and look up things online right from the screen in our Sora ebooks. There's a link there to the usage dashboard if you ever want to see what our students are checking out at any given moment. It's mainly Diary of a Wimpy Kid, just to be perfectly honest, or Dogman. One of those two are always on top.
Reading is good.
Reading is reading. I encourage you to click that link just for fun someday and see what our students are checking out in Sora. Next slide. Again, we have high usage in Sora as of, again, about 9:45 this morning. We've had 140,309 ebooks and audiobooks checked out district-wide. The graph there shows you the dark blue are ebook checkouts, the light blue is audiobook checkouts. That also represents the number of copies we have of each. You can see we have 15,362 copies of ebooks right now at this moment, and 2,137 copies of audiobooks. But ebooks are generally more checked out than audiobooks, percentage-wise, by our students. Next slide. What's great about Sora and the company Overdrive is I can get just about any statistic you want at the touch of a button. So I was able to find out today that with all those checkouts, we've had about 86,827.23 hours read. That's active reading. They measure the movement of the page on the screen. It's not just the book open, but the active movement. You have to swipe to go to the next page. Same with the audiobook. It has to be playing for it to count. Next slide. We are one of the highest users in Michigan for Sora. In 2022-23 school year, we were the first public school district to hit 500,000 checkouts all time, ever, in the state of Michigan. We're still up there, and with 783,074 all-time checkouts since we started in 2021, we're on our way to 1 million if our budget continues to be funded in the next 2 years, I would think. Next slide. Then along with our digital resources, we have Gale. In the 2022-23 school year, we were the top user across all of Michigan, Ohio, and Kentucky. And again, that's one of our secondary resources, and that equates to 3,455 hours of researching for our students. All right. So I got to share the numbers. Rachel got to share the fuzzy, warm stuff. We wish you a happy School Library Month, and we're happy to take any of your questions.
Trustee Bescott.
This has been bothering me. So when I grew up, we had librarians. Then I became a board member, and they became media specialists. Is it okay to call you librarians again?
Our preferred name is librarians, yeah.
We are the Library Services Department.
Yeah.
And really proud to be part of a long history of librarians.
Yeah.
So no.
Okay, so again.
We are librarians, yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you for the work that you do. I mean, for a lot of kids like me who never got to travel much, who didn't get to see outside my little 3 blocks, but I got to go to the public library. I could walk there. Reading, as you know, opens up your whole world, regardless of where you are or your circumstances. So thank you for supporting that and for supporting your students. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you for supporting
I would
us.
say, given the state of the world, it feels we feel good as librarians here, knowing that our school board trustees and our superintendent in our district also values the students' right to read and access to information.
Absolutely.
Definitely. Trustee Wilkins.
Yeah, thank you. I like all the warm and fuzzy, and I like the numbers, so, and I like books, so this is good. The diversity audit, is that something is there like a national rubric that you follow for that? Did you guys come up with what you should do? How does that work?
So our circulation system is Follett Destiny. And there are built-in reports, so we can break down that sort of metadata about the identity of the author, the identity of the protagonist, where the story takes place. All of that, additional information about a book is built into when we catalog and process books into our catalog. And so, if we wanted a report of all of our books that feature, protagonists who've been adopted, for example. Or, other, we can sort of dig in and find out how, and then so the diversity audit is a feature, is a tool within the circulation system that does that for us.
And then we make decisions on purchasing based on those reports, and making decisions to, provide those windows, mirrors, and sliding doors for our students through books.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Yeah, I would just like to say thank you too. I mean, it's the library really is a hub of the community at each of our schools. I think I had the opportunity to go to the multicultural or I think it was a multicultural literacy night at STEAM. Yeah, and just the breadth of books and the number of different cultures that were represented on the books that were out for selection. When you think about what that looks like in other communities or what that looked like 10 years ago, it's just a huge difference to, allow our students to see themselves in the books they're reading. So it's really a huge impact to our students, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Sorry to keep you so late.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to Again, bump our superintendent down a little further. All right, and we're going to move to the monthly budget monitoring report for March 2025 and try to allow you to get in and get out.
Thank you very much,
I can
President.
talk really fast.
President Feaster. We have Ms. Francoeur here providing the monthly budget monitoring report for March. So I will turn it over to her, and she'll get us going here.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I am here to present March monthly monitoring.
Yay.
Oh, thank you, Andrew. First slide always is cash and investments. And you'll see the general fund is in a great cash position still. But I'd like to point out, we've talked about the waning tax collections the further we go into this calendar year, because January, February is our largest winter tax collections. We are actually, our cash in February was 5.5 million higher in comparison than it is in March. So that's not to be alarmed. It's what we expect this time of year, but I do want to point that out because, and I point out in every meeting or every board meeting that this is a capture of a point in time. This is on March 31st, we were at $51 million for the general fund, which is fantastic. I'm going to bump right down to food service because that one kind of stands out a little bit. The one thing I would like to note about our food service fund, there are 2 federal grants that we did not receive this year, and it's just because they were done. They expired. It has nothing to do with the current state of our country. It just, they were expired. They were the local food grant and the supply chain assistance grant. So that does affect because, we still are buying food while our vendor is, and we're still buying equipment, and we don't have any grant funds to supplement those. So it does affect our cash position. This is our monthly expenditures for March. And the one thing I do want to note about the general fund, this does include the last 2 groups, parapros and the non-bargain, that have the retro and the increase. So that last 2 groups actually happened in March. So the general fund does reflect that. This is the comparison of summary of all funds report. And the one thing I will note, and mostly on these reports, as I say, unless something really jumps out or if you have a question, I mostly focus on the general fund. As you'll see, our general fund over prior year-to-date revenues were at 1.3 higher than we were last year in March. And what that is the last small bit of tax revenue collected. And also our interest earned for the year is higher than last. So that 1.3 captures both of those. And then if you jump right down to general fund expenditures, we are 15 million less than we were last year. And as you know, it's consistent with other months that I've presented this year, this fiscal, and that's due to changes we made after last year's end of year, after our budget. So that is the 15 million. And as you see too, our community service, food service funds, they're all really pretty steady. If you go down to even like the student and school activity expenditures, they're only, it's a very nominal decrease in expenditures. So really those funds are maintaining. This is the second sheet of that prior slide. And the one thing that I will point out, in the year to date, you will see our addition to fund balance is if we were the end, actually as March 31st, we were ending, our addition to fund balance would have been $34.6 million. Last year, it was 18.1. Go down to the, and I'm sorry, reflecting the general fund again. And going down to the beginning fund balance, we did start the year out with a smaller fund balance, our beginning fund balance over last year. But then if you go all the way down to ending fund balance, if we were to end the year on March 31st, we'd have been almost $42 million in fund balance. In comparison, last year at the same time, we were at 31 million. So, yep, we're still maintaining. So this we're doing a comparison of month to date, year to date, to what our current budget is. And just to note, I did put a little asterisk. So our budget reflects the board-approved budget that was amended on March 19th. So all of these numbers have been updated to reflect in these reports. And as you'll see, our month-to-date revenues for the general fund are almost $19 million. Year-to-date, $225 million. So we still have about $91 million to collect. And I always like to remind you that we still are collecting revenues all the way through August. That's how our state aid runs, all the way through August for this fiscal year. And then I'll go down to the expenditures. We are, as I said, at almost $25 million in expenditures. Year-to-date, $190.6 million in expenditures. And we still have a balance comparison to budget of $114 remaining. And that will carry us through the end of this fiscal.
Quick question on that slide. So again, just to point out, we've collected 71% of our revenue.
Correct.
We've only expended about 62% of our expenses, so we're sitting in a pretty good cash position as of now.
Correct. Absolutely. And this is the trend that we're following all year. Yes.
Okay.
So is that expected to change? I know that we have three payments in May. So
you will see that, and that'll be reflected when I get a little further down, when I do the one where it's, I have the slide that is our estimated versus actual.
Got it.
And then I have some graphs, and actually we've added a new graph that it will show like the fund balance, and we've carried it out all the way through June.
Okay.
So that should help.
Okay, great.
But yes, you will see this, and you'll see it a little further in, a slide, one of the slides coming up too.
Okay.
You can go ahead, Andrew. Okay, this is the second sheet of the prior slide. And the one thing, I'm going to jump right down to show you what I was talking about, as you will see things change going forward. See where I have the fund balance as a percent of revenue for the general fund and of expenses. Last month in February, it was at 15.1% as a percent of revenue and 15.6% as a percent of expenses. So you're seeing that fund balance go down, and that's exactly what we projected in our budget that we presented in March. So this is the trend. We don't have a lot of revenue collection right now, and we still have maintaining expenses, plus we do have the 3 pays in May. And so you will see our revenue was less than our expenditures for the month of March. General fund was almost $5.9 million less than what our revenues were, less than expenditures. And that's in the middle column, month to date. Right. Thank you. And as in the other one, as you see, is if we ended in March 31st, our general fund would be at almost $42 million of fund balance. And this is a slide that's very busy. So what we've done at the suggestion at our finance committee meeting, I highlighted the numbers that I talk about pretty much every month. And this slide only talks about the general fund, expected versus actual. And this is where we look at the trends and what we've I don't want to say predicted, but we've projected going forward. And as I said in the last slide, the amended budget is as of 3/19. So everything in this budget has been updated as well. So I'll start out. In month to date, the expected March, we expected to have almost $19 million in revenue, and we were at almost $19 million in revenue. The only difference there was $16,000. So we were pretty much spot on projected versus actual. Now, if we go all the way over, and I'll go to year to date since we're on revenues, our expected in March is almost $225 million, and we have collected actually $225.3 million. So we have collected $427,000 more than expected. So that's great. But still, $427,000 in the scheme of a over $300 million budget, it's minimal, but it's still good. It's trending how we want it to trend. So then we're going to go down to expenditures. I'm going to go down to total expenditures. We expected to spend $24.2 million in the month of March. We spent $24.6 million. The difference is only $460,000 difference. We expended more than what we expected, which still, like I said, in the scheme of things with our budget, that's very minimal. Then going over to year to date, our expected March was 192 in expenditures, and we've so far actual in March, year to date, we've expended $190 million, which is almost $1.6 million less than we expected this time of the year. So just as a reminder, I'm going to go all the way back to the left. You'll see that our projected fund balance at the last amended budget, which was in March, we expected 5.9% as a percent of revenues and 6.16 as a percent of expenditures. Then I'm going to slip all the way back to year to date. Our expected at this time was 12.5% as a percent of revenues and 13% as a percent of expenditures. But actually, we're doing a little bit better than we expected. We're at 13.22% of revenues and 13.7% of expenditures. So we are trending really close to where we thought we would be. So we're doing well. So these next slides, of course, they reflect the information you just saw on the previous slide. So you look at the revenues and the actuals in orange, the expected is in blue, and we're right on in actual revenue. So we're right where we expected to be at this point in the year. Expenditures, not far off. We were only the $460,000 difference. So we're pretty spot on in expenditures as well. Fund balance, you'll see we're doing better than we expected at this time of the year at the end of March. So we're higher than expected, so we're trending, like I said, in the right direction. Now this last slide, this is the new slide that we did add, and hopefully it gives you information. This is taking our trend out all the way through June 30th. The green line that you see, that is the fund balance that the policy that the board approved, I believe in December. So, and that reflects 7%. So the orange is actual, the blue is expected. So right now our fund balance is trending higher, like you saw on the last slide, than what we've projected. But as you see, and this is where I talk about, really take a look at what we brought to your attention in the budget amendment, that we expect to be around 5-6% fund balance at the end of the year. And you'll see that happen. If you look at May, that will reflect the 3 payrolls in May. So you see that big dip that's going to take us back down to below 7%.
Maybe a big bold line at the 5% would be a great idea.
Which one?
Like a
red line?
big red line at 5%.
Oh, where you can't go
be
under. That is a great suggestion. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Right. I understand that. I'm going to make
Just
a little
a
note.
thought.
Well, it's a good thought because, that's what we're required to be, 5 and over. And, that's why we report to the Department of Treasury every single month. So, and we are trending in the right direction. And just, this is a little added, but all of our meetings with the Department of Treasury are going great. We're heading where we're supposed to be. They're very happy with our progress. They like everything we're doing. So, and like I said, we do meet with them every single month. We provide some documentation on cash flow. They've seen our budget amendment. So,
We
we're on track.
ask every month to be released.
Every month. But I can tell you we won't be, it just is inevitable. They'll wait till after the audit, at least. So,
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That's what I say.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, that's what I expect. So.
I like the new slide.
Do you? Thank you. I really do too, honestly, because I think it gives, when you're talking about through the end of the fiscal year, it kind of gives a better picture of where we're heading. Yeah. And you can see the 3 payrolls. It will take the fund balance down. So, yeah, I like it too. Thank you. Any questions?
I just have a comment. I want to say thank you very much, Ms. Francois, for incorporating the feedback and questions we had, putting that right into your presentation. So it was really nice to see those improvements.
You're welcome. Thank you. We always appreciate the feedback during Finance Committee as well.
Very clear. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. And I'll take that 5% red line.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. And I believe that now brings us down to our superintendent update.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Parks.
Thank you very much, President Feaster. Trustees, I appreciate the opportunity to deliver the superintendent's update at this late hour. April is National Bilingual Multilingual Learner Advocacy Month, and this month is dedicated to celebrating the accomplishments of our bilingual and multilingual students, the fastest growing student population in our district. So we affirm and appreciate the valuable contributions of our AAPS multilingual students and families. This month, we have an opportunity to help our multilingual students feel empowered by their strengths, reinforce the benefits of multilingualism, and advocate for the resources that support multilingual student success. We are grateful for the dedication of our English learner teachers and staff who support students in developing proficiency in multiple languages while honoring students' cultural identities. Our teachers and staff work not only to enhance academic achievement, but also to prepare our students to thrive in our increasingly interconnected global society. This is also National Volunteer Week, April 20th through April 26th. This week, we recognize National Volunteer Week, which each year provides us with an opportunity to express our appreciation for the wonderful parents, families, PTO members, community, and strategic partners who selflessly serve in the Ann Arbor Public Schools. Our volunteers support classroom and school enrichment activities, field trips, office and library support, academic and bilingual support, noon hour, recess support, after school and homework support, and in many other capacities in the daily life of our schools. We recognize that strong communities are characterized by strong public schools, and our AAPS schools are strengthened and made more vibrant and connected through the successful engagement and participation of our committed school volunteers. So we thank them. Speaking of thanking our strategic partners and volunteers, last week we celebrated we celebrated our partners and volunteers on April 17th, and that event was a huge success. We had almost 200 people attend, and they represented many community partners, businesses, donors, PTOs, volunteers, and staff. And we thank the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation for sponsoring the event, which was held at Huron High School. And the evening of appreciation included food prepared by our Huron culinary students and entertainment from the Community High Jazz Band. And so thank you, trustees. Many of you were able to make it out to that event, and it was wonderful. Save the date, please. The annual First Step Kid Fest Family Concert will be held Saturday, May 3rd from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock at the Leslie Science and Nature Center. Popular local musician Joe Riley will lead an outdoor dance party for babies, toddlers, elementary-age children, and their families. Proceeds from Kid Fest will fund scholarships for Reckon Ed's early childhood programs, and the link for that is on our website. Trustees and community, as our guests from the Washtenaw Intermediate School District Board shared this evening, the Washtenaw Superintendents Association and the Washtenaw Association of School Boards are sponsoring an education town hall on Wednesday, April 30th from 7 o'clock to 8:30 p.m. in the Morris Lawrence Building at Washtenaw Community College. The event is free and open to the public, and there is a link to register on our AAPS website. Please come out and learn how changes to the federal policy and funding impact Washtenaw County's public schools. We would love to see you there. It is with great excitement that we share that Ms. Shaima Basuni, one of Huron's incredible world language educators, has been named the Commendable Teacher Award winner, earning third place in this year's Teacher of the Year recognition by Ann Arbor Regional Chamber and LaFontaine Automotive Group. Selected from a field of competitive
So we're
nominees
here
from across the region. Ms. Basuni's passion, innovation, and care for her students stood out in powerful ways. In honor of her remarkable impact, she will receive a classroom grant from LaFontaine Automotive Group and will be honored at a special Teacher of the Year breakfast on May 21st. Are we going to show the video? No? Okay. All right. Yeah, it was a surprise. It was a surprise. It was a great moment. Skyline's Minji Kim, a Skyline senior, has been accepted to the National Youth Orchestra of the USA for the second consecutive year. As part of the orchestra's summer tour through Asia, with stops in Hong Kong, Beijing, Shanghai, and Seoul, they will be visiting Japan for the first time, performing in Osaka and Tokyo. Being a member of this orchestra is a special honor for Minji because she will visit Korea, her home country, as a youth musician ambassador. Each year, Columbia and Juilliard select only 10 to 12 students for the Columbia Juilliard program. So it is an incredible honor that she has been chosen for this opportunity. We are very proud of her.
So cool. Good job.
The 3 powerhouse robotic teams from Ann Arbor Public Schools, Skyline High School's Eagle Evolution Robotics, Pioneer High School's Pi High Samurai Robotics, and Forsyth Middle School's Rata Toaster Robotics qualify for the 2025 First World Championships in Houston, Texas. Their journey to the world stage is a remarkable accomplishment. We celebrate all the efforts of Skyline Eco Evolution, who found themselves as an alliance member in the playoffs, and Pioneer High's Samurai, whose talent and persistence brought them to Houston alongside the world's best. Together, these teams showcase the strength and spirit of Ann Arbor robotics, proving that passion, collaboration, and community engagement fuel excitement at every level. So we congratulate all 3 of these teams. Trustees, we had Dr. Parnell, principal of Tappan, here this evening, and I wish I would have remembered to share this news before she left, so she would have been here to receive this special acknowledgement. We want to congratulate Dr. Parnell and Tappan Middle School for receiving the Schools to Watch redesignation. Schools to Watch is the middle level equivalent almost of the Blue Ribbon Honor, and so they have been designated before and they just received their redesignation. Schools must show that they are a learning organization that establishes norms, structures, and organizational arrangements to support and sustain their trajectory towards excellence. So we congratulate the Tappan team, Dr. Purnell, and the wonderful students, a few of whom which were with us this evening. AI. Let's talk about AI. So the rapid increase of generative AI tools in our global society has considerable impact on teaching and learning now and in the future, requiring districts to make decisions about how students, staff, and building leaders engage with AI responsibly, ethically, and safely. This school year, a variety of cohort groups, which includes our building leaders, our staff, our students, our peer districts, and external thought partners, but led by our secondary students, have been actively learning, collaborating, and co-creating future AI district guidance documents and coordinating AI workflow resources based around 4 essential questions. The secondary student cohort is currently working through their final drafts of the AAPS AI Bill of Rights, which includes student and staff rights, student responsibilities, teacher and district rights and responsibilities, and suspected AI misuse guidelines. Those refined draft documents will then cycle back through the adult cohort groups for their review and feedback. So we will share more details in the coming months as different stakeholder groups wrap up their cohort work in preparation for the intentional and co-created AI rollout during the 25-26 school year. Trustees, yesterday, in keeping with our longstanding commitment to the environment, Ann Arbor Public Schools, students and schools across the district celebrated Earth Day 2025. Each year on April 22nd, we mark the anniversary of the first Earth Day in 1970 as the beginning of the modern environmental movement. Today, Earth Day is widely recognized as the largest secular observance in the world. More than 1 billion people celebrate every year this day of action to change human behavior and create better global, national, and local policies to protect our health and environment. Lastly, trustees, today, April 23rd, is Administrative Professionals Day, and we want to recognize our AAPS office professionals and their work as vital partners in our AAPS family. We appreciate, absolutely, we appreciate. We appreciate the dedicated service they provide throughout the year, and their efforts, knowledge, and expertise are crucial in enabling the strong connections and service our district provides to our students, staff, families, in the Ann Arbor community. They do so many things seen and unseen every day to make our schools and our departments and our buildings operate. And so to close us out, I'd like to thank our very own Ms. Ozinski on this Administrative Professionals Day. And that concludes the superintendent's report this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. I believe that brings us down to first briefing. Annex AN 2204 Skyline Clegg Freeman Transportation South Bus Lot Solar Array Installation Contracts Recommendations.
Thank you, President Feaster. We have our capital team coming forward for these 3 items. The first that you just shared, President Feaster, is the Skyline Clegg Freeman and Transportation South Bus Lot Solar Array Installation Contract Recommendations. Trustees, we heard prior to the regular meeting at the Bond Committee of the Whole these items, and they are now in front of you for first briefing.
And nothing has changed in the last 4 hours.
Okay, thank you.
Other than we do have an answer to the question that was presented in the bond committee meeting.
They are good.
Any questions?
You want to remind us of the question?
Yeah. Good evening, trustees.
You don't deserve the answers if you don't remember the questions.
When we were discussing the solar arrays, we were asked about return on investment and what we might look to see with some of these arrays. And when we broke it out, when you take our first capital investment cost of $3,192,300, and you subtract our 30% tax deduction, you take that value and utilize an offset on an annual basis of approximately $200,000 a year. And so factoring in no inflational cost of electrical consumption over the life cycle of this system, it's about a 11-year simple payback. So if we factor in an escalation cost for the retail price of electricity, then it's somewhere in the 9.5-year window, and you end up saving somewhere on the order of $2 to $3 million over the life cycle of the panels. Or we're in the positive. So it's a really fun analysis to do. So I appreciate the question.
And you made the world a better place because we didn't pollute as much.
Yes, correct. So it's about the greenest energy you can generate because we're producing it right there on site and using it at the point of use.
Greenest energy.
And that's general fund money, right? So
Yes.
it's bond money being spent and general fund money
saved. Yeah.
Oh, that's perfect.
Thank you.
What, and I missed some of that meeting, what was the life cycle?
Oh, sorry.
How many years?
So there's different system components that have different sort of anticipated life cycles, but the system, generally speaking, is 25 years rated life. That's the modules themselves. The solar modules are rated at 25 years, and then different components have different.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Trustee Muhammad.
So I know I'm sorry I couldn't come to the meeting because I was stuck with clinical stuff, but could we just go through this as it is first briefing, just to go through generally the info for each part?
We sure can. So this was publicly bid. And our qualified low bidder is Homeland Solar. Homeland Solar's done several of our solar installations dating back to 2020 when we first started solar installations in the district. This adding of solar for these projects alone will actually double our solar in just this approval right here. We had been asked what was the life cycle of the solar, so that's why we're coming back with it. And we just wanted to note that this work would start this summer, and it's for Clegg, Skyline, Freeman, and Transportation. To go over, it would be rooftop at Clegg and Skyline, and Transportation would be our first canopy, along with Freeman, our first canopy installations where the solar goes on a canopy, and you could park vehicles underneath the canopy at Transportation Center, at the South Lot, and at Freeman. The canopy would serve as a shelter, a shaded shelter for outside learning.
Thank you very much. Brings us to B. Read it, or this person?
I'm good with reading it. B is Annex AN-2205 A2 Steam, BA, Community, Forsyth, Freeman, and Skyline Roofing Repair and Replacement Project recommendations.
Thank you, Superintendent Parks. So again, this was publicly bid. Oh, I also want to point out the last one was for being funded from bond.
Thank you.
Actually, the last one will be sinking funds.
Okay.
So, but out of the capital program budget. This one is roofing, and this is our ongoing roofing improvements. This is coming back to buildings that we have finished either air conditioning and lighting, which we said we would come back and do roofing after we were done doing some of that improvement work. We're looking at partial roofing replacements at Steam. BA is looking to have a roofing repair only because we're going to be coming back in the near future to do a major improvement project there, so we didn't want to invest too much into that roof. Community High School is looking to get a roof replacement because we had a major air conditioning and lighting project. Same with Forsyth. Freeman, there's the part over the environmental area that needs to be re-roofed. We've been kicking that can down the road for a while, and that needs to be re-roofed. And then a portion of Skyline High School, which we've been there in the past, but we're doing sections at a time. And so we're coming back to do some work at Skyline High School.
Why sections at a time at Skyline?
Well, we did sections when we were doing solar. We're getting ready to come back to do some more. So before we put solar down, we'd like to do roofing.
Gotcha. Okay. Bond dollars.
Bond dollars.
Any other questions? All right. Ms. Parks.
All right, then we have Annex AN-2206, New Thurston Elementary Trade Contracts, Part 2.
Thank you. This is, we said we're going to come back with additional contracts. This one is for foundations, the rammed aggregate piers, and the electrical. I do have an answer to your question. So the rammed aggregate piers are, it's an engineered system. So the actual exact number of piers is still to be engineered by the low bidder. They will engineer it. But I will tell you that it does, each pier is approximately 30-inch columns, up to 30 feet deep. And they're at 22 locations located in the northeast corner of the building where the basement is. So very select space on the northeast corner. I'm anticipating, as we had said before, it'll be approximately 100, but it's to be determined after the low bidder engineers it, because that's part of their responsibility.
Okay. Thanks.
Any questions?
Well, could you just address, looking ahead, at tariffs and how that could impact projects. I know you talked about it a little bit earlier during our committee meeting, but some folks weren't here. So if you could just share a little bit more about that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
I sure can. So tariffs are an ever-changing, moving target. When we started back in January, we thought the tariffs were going to happen before items left, that it was going to apply to everything across the board. We now know that every day it changes. Tariffs are changing, the quantity or what is being tariffed and how much is being tariffed, and depending on what country it's coming from, and even if it's coming from a country, there could be a scale of 0 to 50% or whatever. But it's changing all the time. We have now, the latest is that the tariff occurs when the item not just hits the port, but after it is processed at the port. So it could sit at the port for 3 weeks, and in that 3-week time frame, the tariffs could change. And it's not until they actually process it into and officially bring it into the country, that's when tariffs are applied, and that's when we would find out how much it costs. And again, it varies on what the item is, where it's coming from, and how it's designated. So our company is trying to keep up on it. We get daily memos on the changes of tariffs, but you guys see the news. It's changing every day. So at this point, we do not have tariffs included into the contracts because by the time some of these items come, it'll be a year and a half from now, and the tariffs may be gone. So many of the items that we have are here in the United States. And so that's good. But at this point, it's a moving target. Have we received notifications? Yeah, everybody's covering themselves right now by putting everybody on notice. But reality is, until that item hits the shores and is processed, and we know what applicable tariff or law applies, it's a waiting game. And that's the best way I can put it. I would love to say it's anything different, but that's what it is today. Ask me tomorrow, it could be something else.
Yeah, well, thank you for sharing that, because I know when you mentioned it earlier, I hadn't really given it that much thought, but it obviously is impacting a lot.
Oh, we're thinking about it every day.
Yeah, I see.
Every day.
So short answer is we don't know.
Short answer is we don't know. And unfortunately, I don't have a crystal ball.
Right.
Nobody does. And I think what we thought in January is even vastly changed to what we see today. Actually, what happened 2 weeks ago has changed from today. So,
sinking fund dollar.
This is bond dollars.
Bond dollar. Okay. Anything else?
Get it.
Well, as long as it's not general fund, I'm okay.
It's not general fund. It's not general fund.
All right. That's it. All right. Then I think that brings us down to, thank you all. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Good night. Morning.
That brings us down to the consent agenda. Ms. Ozinska, did you read that generally?
And it's approved minutes of the April 2nd, 2025 regular meeting and approved donations.
Would anyone like anything removed from the consent agenda?
Let me just read the donations real quick. Susan Lewis donated a full-size cello to the Scarlett Middle School Fine Arts Program, and the Joseph and Allison Valerio Charitable Fund donated $1,500 for baseball and softball uniforms at Slauson Middle School.
Would anyone like anything removed from the consent agenda? If not, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Schmidt, supported by Trustee Wilkes. Any discussion? Ms. Ozinski, please.
All right. Trustee Wilkes.
Yes.
Trustee Basquette.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Yes.
President Feaster.
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And I believe that brings us down to number 11, board action. Motion to hold a closed session at adjournment for the purposes of attorney-client privilege and informal superintendent evaluation.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Wilkerson, supported by Trustee Schmidt. Any discussion? Ms. Ozinski, please.
Trustee Basquette.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Yes.
President Feaster.
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That brings us down to number 12, items for agenda planning. Trustees, are there any items for agenda planning? Seeing none. That brings us down to number 13, items from the board. Trustees, are there any items from the board? Trustee Wilkins?
One item, I just want to remind the community about the ongoing fundraiser for our Title I schools. It's the 20 for 30 fundraiser, and we're at like 23,000. And the PTO thrift shop will match 30,000 of it. So that's the goal that we want to get to. So it's easy enough to find on Google. It's been in all of the superintendent emails and things like that. So I'd encourage everyone to give their $20 toward it, please.
Thank you very much. Trustee Wilkerson?
I'll just add that we do have a upcoming planning meeting on Friday at 10:30 a.m. 25th.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes, and I know we're all looking forward to Sunday's retreat here, 2 p.m. Please be on time. Be here on time early so we can get started. It will last till 7 o'clock. There will be a meal served around 4:30, something like that. So.
And we're going to hold that actually in the big house. We're going to
Big house room?
Great.
Okay.
And Ms. Osinski's helping do the food and everything. She's great.
All right. Trustee Muhammad?
And I want to remind that we have an equity committee meeting tomorrow at 4.
Equity committee is tomorrow at 4.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing real quick.
Trustee Wilkes?
Many of us serving on the board had a chance to participate in the ceremonial groundbreaking for the new Mitchell Elementary on Friday, April 11th. The event marked a huge milestone in the district's ongoing efforts to bring 21st century learning environments to our deserving students, staff, and this entire community. Principal Cuckoo and her students' excitement was palpable, and their student council president, who had quite the fan club cheering for her, did a fine job representing her classmates. It was a beautiful, picture-perfect day, and we're grateful to have been a part of this. We just want to thank the Ann Arbor voters who approved the 2019 millage, which has made this building project and others a reality for our district. Thank you. It was just great to see that happen. So.
Trustee Basquette.
And last but not least, I just wanted to make my colleagues aware that there is legislation in both houses regarding cell phone usage, a policy. One way or the other, I believe it's coming down that we as school board districts, school districts and school boards will have to draft a policy around cell phone usage in our schools. There are two competing bills. One is more proscriptive, if you will, that, and some of you have seen this, where the sponsor has basically outlined when and based on age, cell phones can be used in our buildings, on our properties. And there's one that's a little more generous in terms of self-determination by the school districts of when, how we want to conduct our cell phone policy. But either way, trustees, I know we have a pilot that we have been doing. I look forward to hearing the results, the outcome from that. In sitting with other school districts, school board members from other districts, they were really intrigued by the fact that we've been piloting something. And so as soon as we learn anything, I'd love to share. But I just say we need to make time to start drafting a policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Basquette. Trustee Schmidt.
Yeah, one more thing I forgot to report on. Last week I attended a teacher morale event. It was in Detroit. It was put on by the newspaper Education Week and Chalk Beat Detroit. Mostly they were Detroit teachers that were there. And it's funny, the table that I sat at, we could choose the table with the topic of our interest. The one I sat at was cell phone use, and just how these different Detroit schools did it differently depending on the school. And I can share the details with you if you have any interest in that later. But they did a lot of surveys looking at nationally what was happening with teacher morale. And here in Michigan, it has gone up a little bit. It's still very low. And the one thing that I took away from the day was the state of Georgia. Georgia as a state has made it a goal to actually take tax dollars to funnel it into schools specifically for teacher compensation. And when you look at their ratings of teacher morale, it was significantly higher. So they had a range of plus 100 to minus 100. And we were sitting at about, I think Michigan was like plus 23. But Georgia was like plus 60 or something. I mean, notably more significant than anybody else. And so I know that there's efforts, different efforts going on related to talking to our state legislature. And I've sent all of you, I believe I sent to everybody. I know, did I send everybody that list?
You did.
We need to continue to write our personal stories to legislators and the ones that control the purse strings. So I wish you'd take time to just, I did a block email so you can send it to everybody, but the best are phone calls and handwritten letters or, typed up, sent U.S. Post mail. So anyway, it was, I have the report. I can share the link with you about the teacher morale point nationally and in Michigan, and I can send that to you.
So what you're basically saying is that Georgia was pouring more money into education.
And they decided to do that on the state level so that they made a commitment, and it really has made a difference statewide.
All right, what I'll say before we wrap up is several of us had an opportunity to go to the National Association of School Boards Conference in Atlanta on the 4th through the 6th of this month. There were some great training sessions there. Learned a lot, met a lot of other trustees from across the state, heard about some struggles and some successes in their districts. Just a great learning experience. Excited to get the training and to bring it back and try to implement it here and make our board better and make our district better. And so I'm thankful I was able to go and have that experience, and several of my colleagues were able to go as well. Superintendent was obviously there, and so we had a good time learning some new things, trying to improve our district. So, all right. If there's nothing further, that brings us to.
I have one quick question.
Trustee Wilkes.
So while we're in closed session, I have a feeling we may go over. So do we need to vote to extend the meeting or not?
The meeting will be over, so we should be all set.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
So, sorry. I will now entertain a motion to adjourn by voice vote. Am I adjourning into closed session or just adjourning? Do I have to say adjourned into closed session or just adjourn?
Okay, just
Do I need to say I'll accept a motion to adjourn into closed session? I'll accept a motion to adjourn into closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Wilkerson and supported by Trustee Wilkes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion carries. We adjourn at 11:31 to closed session. Thank you.
Record.